So in today's video, we're gonna build a coding interview platform which has video and audio calls, screen sharing, reactions, and screen recordings. On the right panel, there will be a code editor just like VS Code, and it will support multiple programming languages such as JavaScript, Python, and Java. And there will be multiple coding problems with the starter code. So you can imagine that we are building this platform for a company. There will be some candidates as well as interviewers, and they can join a call where the candidates share their screen and try to solve a coding problem. And at the end of the interview, admins can end the call for everyone and they can add comments about this candidate. So they can decide if the candidate has failed or succeeded. This is the general idea of the platform, but there is a lot more to it. So let me give you a complete showcase of this application so that you know what you're gonna have at the end of this video. And then we will talk about the technologies that are gonna be used in this project. So everything starts from the authentication page. If you are not authenticated, you cannot visit the platform. You have three options to log in, which are GitHub, Google, and email password combination. Once you are logged in, you will be redirected to the homepage. By default, you will be a candidate, and from the database dashboard, admin can decide who is going to be a candidate and interviewer. As a candidate, you can see your past, live, and upcoming interviews. If the call is live, we can click to this join button, which would take us to the setup page, where we can select our devices for camera and microphone. We can turn them on and off. And we have a quick motivation message that says, hey, do not forget, our team is super friendly. We want you to succeed and crack this interview. So let's go ahead and join. We can see the participants on the left panel and the coding question as well as the editor on the right panel. And these panels are resizable, both vertically and horizontally. We are going to have a couple of different actions, such as turning on and off our camera and microphone, adding reactions, sharing our screen. That can be either a single window or the entire screen. We can record the screen, change the layout, see the participant list, and leave the call. On the right hand side, we can select a coding problem and a language. Then we can write the solution with syntax highlighting and autocomplete. This is what you can do as a candidate. Things get a lot more interesting when you're an interviewer. You can start an instant call, join with a link, schedule a meeting, and see the past recordings. When you click to this schedule link, you will be navigated to the schedule page, where you can see all the interviews and schedule a new one with a title, description, candidate, and interviewers, as well as the date and time. And in the meeting, there can be only one candidate and multiple interviewers. Once it is scheduled, it'll be saved to our database, which is going to be working in real time. And as the interviewer, you can visit the dashboard, add comments, and decide if they failed or succeeded. And if you are the owner of the call, you can end it for everyone, which would navigate us to the homepage. And finally, in the recordings page, you can watch all the recordings that you have. On top of these, there will be light and dark mode support with a responsive UI design. So this is the entire application that we're gonna build in this video. When it comes to the technologies, we're gonna be using React with Next.js. We will use Convex for the real-time database, Clerk for the authentication, and Stream for the video calls. And you don't need a credit card to be able to follow along with this video. Every service that we use is completely free to get started with. And at the end of this video, we're going to deploy this application. So if you're ready, let's get into it. Alright, so to get started with, I have created an empty folder on my desktop. I have called this as CodeSync, and then I just open it up in VS Code. This is the name that I came up with. You can call this anything that you wish. Once you have done this, we can go ahead, open up our terminal, and just try to initialize a Next.js application. So I will say npx create next app. Normally you would say add latest, but in our case, I'll go with a specific version, which is going to be 14.2.23. At the moment I'm recording this video, the latest version is Next.js 15, which has some compatibility issues. For that reason, I'll go with 14.2 2.23, which is an absolutely beautiful version that we can use. And to be able to initialize it under the current folder, which is this code sync, I'll put dot at the end, right? And we would like to go with TypeScript, no ESLint, Tailwind CSS, source directory, app router, which is the recommended one. And we don't really want to customize the default import alias. If you don't know what that means, I can explain it later in the video. So this is going to create all the files and get everything that we would need for the Next.js application. Then we can run npm run dev. Let me just clear up the terminal and just say npm run dev to get the Next.js application that we have. Okay, so this is what we just got from the Next.js team. Let's go back to source. This is the homepage UI. Clear this up. So it would be awesome if you had some Next.js knowledge at this point, but if you don't, I think it is still completely fine to follow along, because Next.js is basically, like, at the end of the day, you're still writing React code, but there are some different concepts on top of it with some optimizations. We can go through it in this video as well, but as I said, it would be awesome if you had some prior knowledge. So let's save, and there is also a complete crash course that you can watch about Next.js. I'll just link it in the description. Okay, so this is what we got for the homepage. On top of Next.js, we would like to add Shadcn UI, which will give us all the components that we would need to build an awesome UI. So for now, let's go under the installation with Next.js. Copy the script. I am using npm in this video. If you're using a different package manager, you can copy it, but I'll go with the npm option since everyone been using it, at least the most of the audience, right? So I'll go ahead and paste this in. It will ask us 3 different questions. Go with the default ones. So these are mostly for colors. Okay, it will update your tailwind config.ts file to set up the Shadcn UI, and then it will update the global CSS file, and it will create this lib and utils file, which has this function that Shadcn uses behind the scenes, so you don't really need to worry about this at all. And let's say we want to use a button coming from Shadcn. So how can we do it? They have it as an example. You would say npx Shadcn latest add button, right? So this part is always the same, and you would type the commands, right? To be able to initialize it, you would say init. To be able to add something, you would say add, and the component name. So let's copy this, go back to our application, paste this in, and you can actually import multiple components at the same time, such as button and cart, and it can get both of them, put it under the components, under the UI, and you would have the entire code. You can see it, update it, customize it, and use it as you wish. So let's say button. It should be button like this, and it should be coming from the components UI button directory. So let's say sign in. Okay, so this is what we got. Now that we have the Shadcn and Next.js set it up, next we can implement the authentication. So for the authentication, we are going to be using Clerk, and there will be a link in the description that you can go ahead and sign up, because we'll be creating an application. So Clerk is the authentication provider that we'll be using that will allow us to implement the authentication in 2 minutes. Exactly, not more than 2 minutes. We're going to get a bunch of different really cool components, such as sign-in pages, sign-up pages, user button, user profile, which would look like this. And let's try to see it immediately. I'll visit my dashboard and try to create a new application. I will call this code sync, and I think I'll just make them as a one word. For the sign-in options, I'll go with email, Google, and since this is related to developers, I'll go with the GitHub option as well. Let's say create the application. We would like to go with Next.js, so let's go ahead and visit each step one by one. I'll open up my terminal, clear this up, And like we have two different terminals. We got some warnings previously, but I think currently we're good to go. Here, I'll just paste this in. While it is installing, we can go ahead and get our environment variables and put it into a file called .env, right? So actually .env.local. Paste this in and save it. We can shrink the terminal. The next step is to create a middleware.ts file. They say if you are using the source directory, it should be inside of it. If you are not using it, it should be under the root. So we're using it. We will create inside the source directory and paste this in. This is some code that is needed for Clerk to be able to implement the authentication clearly without any issues, right? So we don't need to worry about this for now. We'll be customizing it later in the video, but for now, just leave it as it is. Then the next step is to basically use it. We are going to wrap our entire application with the Clerk provider. And when we are talking about the entire application, we are talking about the root layout, right? So let's go ahead, copy this, and we can visit that file under the app, layout, where we have the root layout. We'll just wrap our application with it. And let's try to import it, which is coming from Clerk Next.js. So we have our entire application inside. In our case, we only have the homepage, and we can add a bunch of different components. So for now, I'll just delete everything that we had here. I'll say class name, oops. Let's say margin of 10 from all directions. And now we can get, actually, I'll visit the documentation. I'll just grab what we have here. I'll paste this in. Let's try to import all of them, and then I'll walk you through it. And I don't need to really walk you through it because this feels like an English sentence, right? We just say if user is signed out, show them a sign in button. If user is signed in, show them a user button, right? Let's try to see this in action. We are signed out, we can see a sign in button. Let's click to it. We will be taken into the sign in page. This is what we have built, right? We had the GitHub and Google sign in options, and this is the name that we gave into our application. Then we have the sign up page, sign in page. Let's try to log in with our Google account. So once we are signed in, we should be able to see the user button. This is what we have just said in our code. If we are signed in, show them a user button where we can manage our account or we can log out. And now that we have signed up, we can see this user in the dashboard from the Clerk. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the authentication setup as well. Next, we would like to set up our database, which is going to be Convex. So for the database, we're gonna be using Convex, which is not only a database, but also a complete backend as a service. So you can have a bunch of different things, such as vector search, cron jobs, file storage, and most importantly, in our case, is gonna be the real-time updates. So without doing anything, this database is working in real time, and it is 100% type safe. We're gonna get to that, but basically it is the missing half of your React application, right? With this, you can just have the entire database working in real time. I've been using this over a year now, and I didn't really have any issues with them. So there are three different concepts, basically. Queries, where you would like to fetch some data. Mutations, where you would like to insert, update, or remove data. And the actions, where you can communicate with third-party services, such as Stripe, OpenAI, or anything that you can name, right? So this is your introduction to Convex. Let's try to go ahead and log in. I already have an account, and I think I forgot to mention, but we have a really generous free plan in Convex as well as Clerk. So up to 10,000 monthly active users, you don't really need to pay anything, and probably you'll never hit that amount of users in your side projects. And here you can have, I believe, 20 projects without paying anything, right? Okay, so just keep that in mind. This is completely free to get started with. This is the code that we had previously. I'll just delete this for now and I'll say homepage. And now we would like to install the Convex. So I'll open up my terminal. Let's clear this up. I'll say npm install Convex. And we should be able to have it in a second. There we go. Now, I also want to say npx convex dev. If you're doing this for the very first time, you will be asked to log in into your Convex account. But I have already done this, so I am logged in already. It will ask me this question, where I would like to create a new project. And for the name, I'll just go with code sync. I'll just press enter now, and it will try to create that project, create a Convex folder that will get into it in a second, and then it will create these environment variables that we can see. And it says Convex functions ready. So just keep this in mind. From here on out until the end of this video, we'll have two different terminals open. One for this npx convex dev and the other one for npm run dev. So I think we just have it above, but you get the point. Let's just rename this to be Next.js, and we will have this as Convex. So it is because whenever we add something to our backend, Convex will see those changes and update those in our Convex dashboard. You will see this later in the video, but for now, we can see this has been created a minute ago. Let's go ahead and visit the dashboard. Currently, we don't really have any data, and we don't have a schema as well, which is something that we'll get into it. But basically, we have just set it up the Convex as well, right? So let's just see what is a schema in the first place. We're going to go ahead and create this schema.ts file. So as you can tell, schema will be the schema of our database. I know it sounds weird, but that's really it is. It will be the shape of our database, I would call. Let's try to build this actually. So I will go ahead and say export default define schema. And I don't know why I cannot get the auto suggestion, but let's try to import it manually, which will be coming from Convex. There we go, Convex server. And this is taking an object where we'd like to add all of our tables. Let's start with the users table, right? So from the users, this should be, it shouldn't be like this. It would actually look like this, where we'll say define table. Again, this will be taking an object where we can put our fields. So each user will have a name, which will be type of string. And you can say v.string like this. And this v is going to be coming from Convex values. Let's try to duplicate this twice. We'll have an email for each user, and each user will have an image, which will be type of string. Let's say you would say image would be optional. You can wrap it with this v.optional, and each user will have a role, right? You can say v.string, but in my case, I would like to have two specific roles, such as not admin, but let's say candidate, because this is a interview platform that we are trying to build. So we could have either candidate or let's say interviewer. So how can we make this to get these specific values? So we'll just say v.union, and one of them will be v.literal of candidate, and the other one will be v.literal of interviewer, right? Just make sure to put comma in between. And then we'll have one last field called Clerk ID, which will be type of string. Now you might be asking, why do we have the Clerk ID in our users table? Let's try to understand it with a diagram. So when you think about it, Clerk and Convex are two different services, right? When someone signs up to Clerk, our database has no idea about that user, right? We need to send some kind of an event to say, hey man, this user has just been created. Let's say user created, and could you please take that user and save it to your database? Because otherwise you have no idea, right? We need to send an event. And when we store that user in our database, right? Let's say we stored the user. We just want to know which user that is in the Clerk dashboard, right? We need to have a field for this. And this field is called as Clerk ID. So I hope that makes sense. We have two different services. One is for the Clerk, the authentication service. The other one is for the database. When we store the user, we would like to know what is the Clerk ID of that user because it is coming from Clerk. I hope that makes sense. This is something really important and common you'll be doing while building applications if you're using two different services. And we would like to add an index on top of this user's table. I'll say by Clerk ID, which will be searched by the Clerk ID. So we can, later in the video, we can say, could you please give us a user by a Clerk ID, and we will pass the Clerk ID that will give us that user. I know this sounds complicated, but we'll be using this actually a lot later in the video. Okay, so this is our users table that we have just defined in our schema. And if you save this, like I'll just save this once again, and you can take a look at the terminal. So it says preparing your functions and deploying them. So it says it has been deployed. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. There we go. We got the users table and we have the schema. So it is incredible that we have just written this code locally in our machine and it has been pushed to the Convex dashboard in real time. Okay, so we have currently 0 documents, but we'll be creating them in a couple of minutes. Okay, so once again, keep this in mind. You always want to have this Convex terminal open with npx convex dev, right? This is what we have done. Just always have this open. Even if you accidentally kill it, you should still type this out and it will listen for changes. Same for the npm run dev for the Next.js terminal. So I have just accidentally paused the video, but I was saying that this is gonna be it for the Convex setup. Later in the video, we will add more things that are related to authentication with Convex. We will implement something called Webhooks. And if you don't know what that is, I'll be explaining it 100%. No worries, it is actually a basic concept that you should understand. And this is what we'll be doing next. But first, we need to get our environment variables for the video calling platform. So for the video calling features, we'll be using a production grade platform called GetStream. You can find the link in the description because we'll go ahead and sign up to create an application. So they will provide us all the APIs and SDKs that we would need to build video calling applications. And on top of it, you can build chat applications and feeds. But in this video, we'll be using the video calling SDK. And they will give you $100 worth free credit each month. So you can build anything without paying anything. And when you take a look at the customers they have, such as Adobe, you can tell this is a great product in the first place with a great uptime SLA, right? So let's go ahead and try to create an account. I'll just actually try to sign up from scratch with this account. Okay, so we'll just go ahead and complete the sign up. So our role, let's say engineering, industry should be not gaming, but let's just say education. You can go with a different thing. I think, yeah, we can go with education because we are trying to build a platform for the interviews. You can go with the live events as well. So how many monthly active users we'll have? Probably less than 50K, right? And technology, let's say web. Okay, we'll just say video and audio and complete the sign up. Okay, so let's try to create an organization. I'll just give my name, right? You can put anything. Let's put an email address. Maybe we don't really need to. Let's say submit. Okay, there we go. We are in. Let's try to create an application. I believe this is the very first one, but I would like to create a new one. Let's just say code sync. For the server location, choose the one that is closest to you. In this case, I'll select this one and we'll be in the development for now. Okay, let's say create the application. It says app with this name already exists. So let's say CodeSync YouTube. Okay, now we got the API key as well as the secret. I'll go ahead and copy this and put it into the .env.local file. So let's say next public stream API key. Paste this in, then we'll have stream secret key. Now you might be asking, why did you put next public in front of this and you didn't put next public in front of this one? It's because we'll be using this in the client, so it should be prefixed with next public, and we'll be using this on the server, so it should be kept in the server, right? This should not be exposed to the client. This is a secret, as you can tell. So we're gonna go ahead, copy this and paste this in. There we go, I got my secret key. So let's save. This is gonna be it for the environment variables. Later in the video, we'll be using them to be able to have the video audio calling features. So you can go ahead, visit the overview. Currently, we don't really have any calls, any live streams, but once we implement that, we can see everything in the dashboard. Okay, I'll just leave it as it is here, where we just set it up the environment variables for the stream, and we can import their SDKs as well. So I will open up my terminal. Let me go ahead and actually create a new one, shrink the left hand side, and I will say npm install and paste this in, which is at stream-io/video-react-sdk. Let's go ahead and install it. And you can find this from the documentation as well. So if you're wondering how did I get this, let's say video, and from the docs in the React quick start, let's say video and audio calling tutorial. There is even a video tutorial here, but you're watching this, so probably you're going to learn it from this video. But there we go. This is how we can get this package. And we'll be using another package for the server. As you can tell, this is for the client, right? It is called as React. So let's go ahead and get the one for the backend, which is going to be stream-io/node SDK. So we'll be using this package to be able to create tokens on the server side. Okay. So with this, we have just set it up everything that we would need for the stream that we'll be using later in the video. So with that, I'll see you in the next section. Alright, so far we have set it up Clerk, Convex, and Stream, but when it comes to the authentication, there is more that we left. So if you visit Convex documentation, under the authentication, you will see the Clerk option, and we need to do a couple of different things. So we have already created a Clerk application, but we need to go ahead and visit this JWT template section. So under the application, make sure you select the correct one, go under the configure, and we need to select the JWT template. And then we'll go with the Convex implementation. So here, do not change anything. Go ahead, copy this, and we can save this as it is. So this is exactly what they say in this image. Probably you cannot see it, but let me just zoom in. Okay, they tell you to copy this and apply the changes. Then we need to first, I think, paste this in. I'll go into the Convex, into the schema. For now, I'll just paste this in so that I do not forget this. I will create this file and copy this content. So under the Convex folder, we'll have auth.config.ts. Let's paste this in, and we'll like to update this with this string that we just got. So here it says your issuer URL, which is what we just got. Okay, so that was I think, the first step in this folder Then we need to get the Clerk React, but we are using Next.js, so we already installed the Next.js. We don't need to get this one. And yeah, we already got our environment variables. So we basically need to wrap our application with the Convex provider, right? And since this is going to be running on the client, we can go ahead and create a provider. So I'll just shrink everything. Under the components, I will create providers. And I would like to create one called Convex Clerk Provider.tsx. And let's try to set this up. So first, I'll get what they have in the documentation. Let's copy this and go back. So we are importing the Convex React client. And instead of import meta.env, we'll be saying process.env. And I think this should be next public convex URL. This is what we have, right? Just make sure what you have here is matching with this one. And TypeScript tells you this could be undefined. So let's just say it will always be there by adding this bang operator at the bottom. And then we'll like to create a function. Let's say convex clerk provider, which will be a function where we can just export default this. Then this is going to be taking the children, which is going to be type of React node, just like this. And we'll like to return something. And that something is what they have here. So I'll go ahead and copy this, paste this in. Instead of this app, we will have the children returned. Let's try to import this, as well as convex provider with clerk. We'll get the use auth as well. So this use auth, again, coming from the Clerk Next.js. And instead of this publishable key as written like this, we can actually get the environment variable. So we have next public clerk publishable key. Say process.env and put this in. So basically we are just setting up a provider, right? And this is going to be a client component. So let's add the use client directive at the very top. Okay, so I think that's gonna be it for this entire file. We can go ahead and try to wrap our application with this. And of course, we need to add this return. I forget that. So it should be like this. Okay, just like that. We are returning this provider, right? We're gonna go ahead, wrap our application with it, which is gonna be under the layout. So instead of clerk provider, we'll have the convex and clerk provider, right? And let's just make sure we close this off. Okay, so now in our entire application, we have just set it up the related authentication that is needed for clerk and convex to work together. Okay, so now we need to talk about this diagram. I know we are going slowly, but I promise we'll just speed up the process once we just go through this first hour where we need to really understand every single step, because it is really important to set this up where we have the authentication working with our database. Okay, so we said we need to send an event when a user created, right? And this is actually what we call a concept called webhooks. So what are webhooks? They are automated messages that are sent when something happens. In our case, that something is an event when a user created. So when you sign up with Clerk, we will send this event. This is actually called user.created. We will send this event with the user data, right? And just save this user to the database. And this can be done with the help of a webhook. So we'll visit Clerk and try to create a webhook. So under the webhooks, we would like to add an endpoint. And how can we get this endpoint? If you search for Convex under the documentation, let's say HTTP actions. Okay, so they tell you should put the .convex.site at the end, and prior to that, you should put your deployment name. So I will copy this entire thing, paste it here, and let's try to find our deployment name, which is this one, really. This is what we had. It should be this one, actually. It's the exact same thing, as you can tell. So I'll copy it. The only difference here is that instead of convex.cloud, we'll be using convex.site. Okay, and for the endpoint, I'll just say Clerk webhook. Basically, we're going to listen to this endpoint in our Convex backend when Clerk sends us an event, right? Let me just copy this entire thing, paste this in. Oops. So at this endpoint, we are listening for any incoming events. Once we got that, we will save this user to the database. Okay, now let's try to save this, and before to it, we'll say we would like to listen to an event, right? We'll say when a user created, we would like to get an event. Okay, let's say create. We're gonna get a signing secret that we need to copy, and we would like to use this as an environment variable. And we can go into the settings where we can add an environment variable. I'll say Clerk webhook secret. Make sure to call it like this because this is what we'll be doing. Paste this in. You can call this something else, but I would say just follow along with me. And this is a name that makes sense, right? Clerk webhook secret. Let's save. We'll be using this in a couple of minutes. So now let's try to implement this in code. I'll go and visit my VS Code. Under the Convex, I will create a file called http.ts. This is a special file that you would create to be able to build an HTTP API. So let's say we would like to get this HTTP variable, which will be calling this HTTP router function, and we would like to listen to a route. So we'll say http.route, and we have called this as /clerk webhook. Right? This is exactly how we called it in the Clerk dashboard. At the end, we said that this is going to be the endpoint. So now we are listening to it, right? And instead of putting it like this should be taking an object with the path where you would say /clerk webhook. And this is going to take the method, which is going to be post method, and then the handler function. So what are we going to be doing once we got this event? Let's say HTTP action. And it shouldn't be coming from here, I believe. Let's delete this. I'll say HTTP action. Okay, it looks like I cannot get the correct import. I'll say import HTTP action coming from the generated server file. We have some errors, but currently it is working. And this is a special folder that has been created by Convex that we can use to be able to call queries, handle mutations, and actions. Just keep that in mind. Okay, under this HTTP action, we'll have a callback function where we'll have this async context as well as the request. And inside, we'll try to handle the logic. So we can get the event from anybody, right? So anyone can send us an event that says user created. We need to make sure that this event is coming from the clerk, right? We just need to make sure that the event owner is officially the clerk. And to be able to verify this, we need to import a package. So let's go ahead, open up a terminal. We'll say npm install svix. So once again, this is something really important to know. Even if you are not using Clerk, this is something that has been used by almost, I was going to say every package, but not every, but most of them. So svix webhooks as a service. This is what Clerk uses to be able to create their signatures for the webhooks, and we'll be using them to verify those. So let's try to visit VS Code. We got the package, and let's try to do it one by one. I mean, step by step. So first I'll get the webhook from our environment variables. If this has not been provided, we can throw an error. And we are going to have some headers. So I'll just paste this in, where from the request, we are getting this ID, signature, and timestamp. We are going to check if any of them is not provided, we can throw an error. So we'll say if any of them has not been provided, we'll say no headers found, status of 404, which is return the response. But if we have the headers, we can go ahead and grab the payload. So in this case, I'm just pasting this code because it doesn't make any sense to type this out. Where we just got the payload, you can find this entire file from the GitHub, by the way, from the Convex, from the http.ts file. You can copy it, paste it, and just watch me explaining it. So we're going to get the payload from the request, and we will stringify it, and we would like to create a webhook instance. I'll say let wh, and we would like to import the webhook. I think this should be coming from the Next.js. So let's say webhook event at Clerk Next.js server. And this webhook itself should be coming from, let's say, svix. Yes, this is the package that we have just installed. So we have created an instance, and we'll say try and catch block. We would like to just verify it. In the try, let me copy this and paste it. We will say try to verify this payload where we have these headers. And for some reason, if this fails, we can hit the catch block. We're going to put a console.error and response of 400. Let's call this as error. This is what we are console logging. But if we successfully verify it, we can try to create this user in our database. So first, I'll just say event type. Like this, we'll say event.type. If event type is equal to user created, and here you can see this is type safe completely, right? If user has just been created, we can grab the user data from the event data. So from the event data, we can get the ID, email address. Here, this is plural. We're going to see why. We can get the first name, last name, and image URL. Then we can extract those. So from the email addresses, you can get the primary email address. This is what the user is using, because some user might have multiple email addresses, and you would like to get the primary one in this case. Then we got the name, where we are combining the first name with the last name, and then just trim this down. Finally, we'll say try and catch. In the try, we would like to run a mutation. So I'll say await context, and with the help of this context, you can call different mutations, right? Or you can run actions, queries. You can go into the storage. So you can do a bunch of different things. In our case, we would like to call a mutation with the help of this API coming from, I don't know why I don't get any auto suggestion, but let's try to import it manually. I'll say import API from the generated folder from this API file. So we will say API.users. We would like to call a function that says sync user, right? We don't have this function or the mutation, but we're going to create it. And we are going to send some arguments, such as the clerk ID of that user, which is this ID that we are grabbing from the clerk event. We would like to get the email, name, and for the image, we can put the image underscore URL. Once again, this is coming from the clerk event. And in the catch case, we can show a console log as well as a 500 status code. Okay, let's save to get this formatting. And finally, we can send a 200 status code where we say webhook processed successfully. if we were able to come up until here, that means everything is done successfully, right? But now we don't have this function. Let's go ahead and try to create it. So we have schema. We would like to add some functions that are related to users. So for this, we'll go under the Convex, create this users.ts file, and try to add our functions. The very first one will be our mutation. So let's say export const sync user, which will be a mutation. And we'll say this is going to be taking some arguments. And this is going to have a handler function. Let's say this is going to be an async function where we'll take the context as well as the arguments. Okay, so the arguments that we were expecting was clerk ID, email, name, and image. Let's try to get all of them. I'll try to copy and paste. Let's try to get the v. So name will be type of string, email will be string, and the rest will be string, but image could be optional, right? And in the handler, we would like to just save this user to the database. So you can go ahead say await context.db.insert into the users table this user, right? You would put all the arguments that user pass, and for the role you would like to add the candidate by default. But before you try to insert the user, maybe you want to check if this user already existed. So we'll say const existing user. Let's try to await this. We'll basically do a query. So go into the DB, do a query under the users table. Let's go below. We'll say filter, get the query. We'll say query dot equal to query dot field clerk ID. If this is equal to the args dot clerk ID, that means we got a user. This user existed. And let's try to get the first result. Okay, so I'll say if there is an existing user, just don't do anything, return out of this function. But if we don't have this user, we can go ahead and try to create it in our database, right? And if you want to use the result, you can return this existing user or the created user. I think this returns you the ID. Okay, so this would actually give you the ID of this document that has just been created. Okay, so with this, now we don't really have any errors in this case as well. When we verify the webhook, we just check for the event if this is actually something that we want to listen for, right? If we are trying to create a user, then we would like to call this function where we save that user to our database. So let's try to see this in action. I will go ahead first, delete this user from the Clerk dashboard, and take a look at my data. I don't really have any users. I will go ahead and try to maybe log in. So in the home page, let's say page, I will put a button, let's say sign in button, which is coming from Clerk. Oops, what is going on? Okay, sign in button, we have it. And you can even customize this. Let's say you want to put your own styles. You can say sign in, or you can say something like login, right? This is what we got. Let's click to it. I will try to sign up from scratch. So it looks like we just logged in. If we take a look at the database, we should have a user, but it looks like I think it failed. Let's see. So this is something that can happen in real world, and we can try to debug this live. So it looks like it actually worked. It says error rate of 0. But it looks like we didn't get the user, right? We can take a look at the logs. Do we have anything here? No, we don't. Let's click to this one. Okay, looks like it failed. And let's see the reason. Can we see the reason here? Okay, let's take a look at the terminal. Okay, so here it says you should have a export. I completely forget to add this, but once again, this is something that can happen in real world. So I'm glad this is happening. You can say export default HTTP. Now I'll go ahead and try to delete this account once again and sign up from scratch. But this has been deleted. In the database, we don't really have anything. I'll try to sign up from scratch. Okay, so we have just signed up, even though we still see the login button. It's fine, we are just signed up. Let's refresh. We got the user in the clerk, and in the database, we also got that. There we go. This is the clerk ID of that user and the rest of the data that we just provided. Now we can take a look at the webhooks. Hopefully, we should be able to see a success message because it has been done successfully. There we go, succeeded. User is in the database. The only thing that we were missing is this export, and we were able to debug it live. Okay, so I hope you're able to see this concept of webhook. I just zoomed out, where we are listening for a specific path. In this case, it is clerk webhook, method is post. Once we got this event, we would like to call this function, where we'll just check for the, we'll just do some verifications, right? If everything is done successfully, if we make sure that this event is coming from clerk, we can check for the type. If it is user created type, we can call a mutation where we have this function. We are saving user to the database. By default, the role is candidate. And as an admin, we can come back to here in the dashboard, update this to be something like interviewer, right? Just like that. But for now, I'll just leave it as a candidate. Okay, so in the Clerk dashboard, we can see the webhooks as well. And everything is working as expected. So that's gonna be it for this section where we just learned about the webhooks. We learned a specific package, which is called SVIX, right? And we have learned how to verify incoming webhook events. We can learn how to listen for them and sync our database with the authentication provider. So that's gonna be it for this section, and hopefully I'll see you in the next one. So now that we learned about convex functions, we can go ahead and build more functions that we would need later in the video. Currently, for the users table, we have only one function, which is a mutation, where we save user to the database. And now we would like to build two more functions. And this time, they are not going to be mutations, but instead they will be queries. So let me just walk you through them. So before we write this code, if you don't want to type this out, you can visit the users.ts file from the GitHub repo, copy the entire file and paste this in, then watch me explaining it. So this is what I'll be doing, just walking you through step by step. So as I said, we would like to build some queries. So first thing we would like to do, just import the query from the generated server. And the first query that we would like to have is to get all users. So this is going to be a query where we'll be taking an argument, which is this object, and we'll have a handler function that is async, taking the context as the first argument. And we will just get the identity. Basically, this is going to be the authentication, the authenticated user. So we'll say await context.auth.get user identity. And this auth refers to clerk, right? Because we have set it up the convex with the clerk. So if identity is undefined, we'll say, let's throw an error. It will say user is not authenticated. But if we have the user, then we can go ahead, fetch all the users. So we'll say context.database query the users table and collect everything and return these users out of this function. So I hope you're able to see how easy it is to build a query and access to the authentication thanks to context that we have. Then we would like to build one more query, which is going to be getting a single user by the clerk ID. So we'll say this is going to be a query where we'll have some arguments, and notice how here we didn't have any arguments. So this args is actually something optional. If you don't need it, you can skip that. In this case, we would need, and as you can tell, the argument will be the clerk ID, which is type of string, because we are trying to get a user by a clerk ID. And this is our handler function. We are getting the context as well as the arguments. And we'll say, just try to find this user from the context.database. Let's do a query to the users table. And we have an index, so we can search for it by clerk ID. This is how we called our index in our schema.ts file. We'll say we're going to get this callback function where we have the query. And if clerk ID field is equal to this argument clerk ID, just get that user, right? The first result, because this will be unique. And then return this from this function. Okay, so that's it. This is the two different queries that we would have. And instead of typing this out step by step, I think this Control-Z style going is a lot better, right? Just let me know what you think. So this is a lot more effective in my opinion. So these are the two different queries that we would need. We'll be using them later in the video. And yeah, okay, so that's gonna be it for the users file. Next, let's try to build other functions that we would need, such as for interviews, right? Say interviews.ts, and we'll also need for the comments. Let's say comments.ts. Now, before we write any code, you might notice in this schema, we don't really have tables for comments or interviews. We have for users, but let's go ahead and build for the interviews. Let's say define a table, and we'll do the same thing for the comments. Say define a table. Let's start with the interviews field. So we'll have a title for every single interview, which is going to be type of string. And we could have a description, but this is going to be optional, right? Each interview will have a start time, and we can use this number for the time, and they will have an end time, but it will be optional, because if an interview hasn't started yet, it is not going to have an end time, right? So this will be depending on the interviewer. Maybe they will end it in 30 minutes, or maybe they will end it in 45 minutes. We don't really know. So that's why we'll go with this optional field. And when they end the call, we will update this field. I hope that makes sense. Then each interview will have a status, such as failed, succeeded, upcoming, or completed, right? Then we would like to have a stream call ID. We will be using this to be able to join to the interview. Again, type of string, and the candidate ID. So which candidate will we have in this interview, right? So that's why we're having the candidate ID. And in an interview, we could have multiple interviewers, right? So we'll say interviewers IDs, which is going to be an array of strings. So I hope that makes sense. Once again, I am copying and pasting so that we can just be a little bit more effective, right? Instead of typing this out, I'm just pasting it and explaining it every single line. I hope you don't mind it. Then I would like to add two more indexes where we would like to get an interview by candidate ID and get an interview, let's say by stream ID. I think I'll just say by stream, let's say stream call ID, and this is the field that we're gonna pass. And once we use those indexes, you will see how that works. Now let's go ahead and build the comments. Each comment will have a content, right? So it's gonna be type of string, and each comment will have a rating, which can be between like from 1 to 5. and we'll be giving actually stars, then a comment will be made by an interviewer, right? So we'll say the owner of the comment, interviewer ID, and then the interview that this comment belongs to, which you can put either v.string or you can say v.id interviews. Okay, I hope that makes sense. And once again, we would like to add an index, let's say by interview ID, just like that. And let's save this file. Okay, so we have added our comments table as well as the interviews table. So with that, we can go ahead and try to build the functions for them. So first, I'll start with the comments.ts file, and let me just walk you through it, this entire file. So we're going to have one mutation and one query. Let's go ahead and import them. We'll be using v for the validator. So the first thing we would like to have is going to be the mutation, where we would like to add a new comment. So I'll call this as add comment. This is our mutation, where we'll take some arguments such as the interview ID and content, as well as the rating. Then we would like to have our handler function, where we can check for the authentication state, right? If it is not authenticated, we'll just throw an error and say unauthorized. But if you are authenticated, we can try to insert a comment to our database. So into the comments table, we would like to add this data, where we'll have the interview ID coming from the arguments, content, rating, and the interviewer ID is the currently authenticated user. So identity.subject gives you the ID actually. So identifier for the end user from the identity provided, right? Okay, so this is what we're gonna need for the add comment mutation. And I hope this is not really complicated. We only check for the authentication and try to insert a comment to our database, and specifically into the comments table. Then we would like to have a query, where we would like to get all the comments for a specific interview. So let's say get comments, where we'll take some arguments, such as the interview ID, because we are trying to get all the comments for an interview. And we'll have our handler function, where we would like to get all the comments. So context.database.query the comments table with an index, and we have called this index as by interview ID. We're going to pass this callback function, where the interview ID is equal to the argument, and go ahead, collect all the documents, which are the comments, and then return it. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. That's it for this file as well. We got a mutation as well as a query. And once again, we'll be using them later in the video. Currently, we're just building everything so that we don't really need to go back and forth from this Convex folder to the source folder. Instead, just build everything at once so that we don't really need to come back to this Convex folder multiple times. And now let's try to build the interviews.ts file. So first things first, we're going to get our imports, where we'll need some queries and mutations, and the validator. So first, we'll have a query where we'd like to get all the interviews. Since this is a GET request, that's going to be a query where we'll have a handler function. We can check for the authentication. If we are not authenticated, we can throw an error, but else we can go into the interviews table and collect everything. Then we can just return them as a response. Then we can build our next query to get only our interviews, right? The currently authenticated users' interviews. So this is how I call this function, get my interviews. Here we'll have the handler function. Once again, we're going to get the authenticated user. If we are not authenticated, we'll just return an empty array. But else, we can go ahead, try to query the interviews table with this index by candidate ID, and candidate ID is the currently logged in user's ID, and collect all the interviews. And return this as a response. Then we would like to have one more query where we would like to get an interview by stream call ID. So as you can tell, this is going to take an argument, which is going to be the stream call ID, and we'll have the handler function where we can go ahead, get the interview with this call ID and get the first result, return it back. Then we'll create a mutation to be able to create an interview. So once again, we're going to take some arguments to be able to create an interview, such as the title, description, which is optional, and start time, status, and stream call ID, right? Then the candidate ID, interviewer IDs. Okay, this should be the very last one, I believe. There we go. So these are all the arguments that we would need to be able to create an interview. And the handler function will take the context as well as the arguments so that we can use these arguments that we just got. We'll check for the authentication. If not, we can throw an error, but else we can go ahead and insert something into the interviews table, which is going to be this data, where we'll just take all the arguments above and that's it, right? We'll just take every single argument and add it into the database as our document. And then we'll have one more mutation to be able to update the interview status. So if it has failed, if it is completed, if it has succeeded, things like that. So for this, we're going to get the interview ID as the argument and the status because we are trying to update the status. And in the handler function, we'll basically try to update something. And in Convex, if you want to update something, you would call the patch method. And the document that we would like to update is this ID, the interview ID, and the data that we would like to update. Status, whatever it is coming from the arguments. And now if it is completed, we would like to update the end time. So here we'll say if status is equal to completed, we would like to do something, which is to update the end time. But if it is not completed, we just want to skip that, right? We don't want to update any other field. Okay, so I believe that's gonna be it for this entire file where we got a couple of different queries. So 1, 2, 3, and we got 2 different mutations. Once again, if you really want to, you can copy this entire file from the GitHub and paste it because I have explained everything. Maybe you don't need to type this out. If you wish, you can do so, but that's what I'll be doing. Just instead of typing every single word one by one, I'd rather prefer to explain every single thing. So yeah, that's kind of it for this file. I'll save. We got the users up here. We got the interviews as well as the comments. So I believe we have just built everything that we would need for the Convex part, but these are just the backend functions. Later in the video, we would like to actually call them in our application. So we have different hooks coming from Convex. So let me actually show this. We have use query coming from Convex. We have use mutation. We will be using them to be able to call these queries and mutations. But that's going to be a bit later in the video. Let's clear this homepage. And just a quick pro tip, if you press Ctrl-Shift-P, you can say organize imports, and it would delete everything that you are not using. So that being said, that's gonna be it for the Convex functions that we have built, and in the next section, we can build some components. So the first component we would like to build is going to be the navbar. So let's go ahead and see the output. This is what we would like to have. This is the navbar component. On the left-hand side, we will have the logo itself. And on the right-hand side, we will have this dashboard button and a toggle switch, as well as the user button. So let's go ahead and try to build this. First, I will visit the Next.js Shadcn documentation and search for the dark mode, because we would like to implement that. And it will tell us to get this script. Let's go ahead and paste this into a new terminal. And while this is installing, we can go ahead and try to set up the layout file. So here we're just taking the children, but I want to add the navbar component to my entire application. So in every single page, I would like to see the navbar at the very top. That's why I will delete this for a second, and I will say I would like to have a div with this class name, minimum, let's say height of screen. Then inside, I would like to have a navbar component, which is something that we'll create. And then we can have our main tag where we'll have the children itself. We can give some paddings, let's say padding X of 4, smaller screens and above, we can increment this by 2, and larger screens and above, let's try to increment this by 2 as well. Okay, so now we don't have the navbar. Let's try to create it under the components. Let's say RFCE to get this boilerplate code, and this is the extension that I'm using. Okay, once you install this one, let me show you the entire name. You should be able to type RFCE and get this code snippet. So let's open up the left-hand side, visit the layout file, and try to import the navbar. Okay, so this is what we have. Let's try to save and go back into the navbar component. So I think first we should visit the documentation, where we would like to create a theme provider where we can have light mode and dark mode implemented, right? So I will go ahead under the providers. I will say theme provider.tsx, paste this in, save this file, and again, this is a client component. And let's see what is the next step is to wrap our children with the theme provider. I'll go ahead, copy this, visit the layout, and wrap my children, so we can wrap our entire application actually with this theme provider component. And close this off. Okay, and I think they are adding one more prop to HTML. So I'll go ahead, copy this so that we can suppress the hydration warnings. Okay, so with that, we should be able to have light mode and dark mode implemented. The only thing we're left is to get this component, and they have the code. I'll copy it and paste it into my components, where I will say mode toggle.tsx, paste this in, and this is using a component called drop-down menu. Let's go ahead and try to install it from Shadcn. I'll say npx and let me kill the left-hand side. Shadcn add latest, add drop-down dash menu. So we just got that component. Let's try to shrink this and the warning should be gone. There we go. We'll be using this mode toggle component in the navbar component, right? So I'll shrink everything, go into the home page. I'll delete everything from here. I'll just say home page, save this, and in the navbar component, we can say navbar and then have our mode toggle component just to test this out. So we got the navbar, dark mode, light mode is working, and by default, system is in the dark mode, and we have the homepage content. Okay, so with this in mind, I think we can go ahead and build the entire navbar component. So for this, I will visit navbar.tsx, and I would suggest you that you open up the source code. Oops, let me go back to here. I would suggest you to open the source code, which is in the description. Just open it up in a new tab, because time to time we'll be copying and pasting some UI code. So you can just follow along with me without wasting any time. So if you have the source code open a new tab, it would be awesome from here on out. Okay, so let's visit the navbar component and close everything. We would like to build this entire component. I will delete everything that we have so far. I will make this to be a nav element, and I'll say class name of border bottom. Then we would like to have a div with some couple of classes. So I'll get the entire class name, paste this in, where we have a flex container, a height, item centered, padding X, container, and centering everything into the middle. And I would like to have my left side, which is going to be the logo itself. So I will copy this from the GitHub repo and paste this in. Now this does not contain any logic at all. It is just a link with an icon and a text. So I don't really want to waste 3 minutes to type this out and I hope you don't mind it. So we can just really speed up the entire process. Instead of having this tutorial 10 hours, we can copy and paste UI and maybe shrink this down into, I don't know, 6 hours, 5 hours, hopefully, right? Okay, so that's the only reason I don't want to type out these classes and waste time. We got the left side, which is our logo, and below to this link, I will have my right side, which is going to be the actions. It will have the buttons. So I will say div, and I only want to show this if we are signed in. So I can wrap this with signed in component and go ahead and get the signed in from the Clerk Next.js. There we go. Inside this div, first we'll have some classes like flex, item centered, space, x of 4. Then we'll like to have ml auto. Then we'll have this dashboard button component that we will create in a second. We will have the mode toggle component, and we'll have the user button, which is coming from Clerk Next.js. So let's go ahead and save. This should crash, but first I will copy this, try to create it, .tsx, and let's say rfce, just save it like this for now, and try to import it. Now let's see the output. There we go. We can see the dashboard button, the mode toggle, as well as the user button. Now this dashboard button will be a client component. That's why we separated this into its own file. So we'll go ahead and just say it will be a client component with this directive. Then we can implement the logic. So why are we doing this? Is because we will check if user is a candidate or if it is an interviewer, right? If it is a candidate, we will not return this component. We will just return nothing. So in this case, this user is the interviewer. That's why he can see this button. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Now let's go ahead and try to build this component. First, I'll just kill this empty tab. We don't really need it. And I will shrink the left-hand side. For now, let's have this as hard-coded data. So I'll say is candidate. It's going to be, let's say, false. And let's say is interviewer going to be true. So depending on this, we'll like to return something. So I'll say if it is candidate, we'll like to return nothing. So return null. But otherwise, we can show a button. So first, I'll just make this to be a link. Then inside, I will have a button. And let's try to give this an href, which would take us to the dashboard page. And let's get the button from UI folder, which will have the class name of, let's say, gap of 2, and font would be medium. And we can say size would be small. Inside, we will have sparkles icon, or yeah, I think it should be this one, where I would like to give this a class name, size of 4. Then below to it, we'll just say dashboard. Okay, let's save. And now that we are in our viewer, right, we're going to hit this return and we should be able to see this button. There we go. Now this is white. We would like to get a green theme. So we can go ahead under the themes in the Shadcn and we can customize the theme. I would like to go with a green one. I will select this and try to copy this code. So let's copy everything and we would like to paste this into our CSS file. Let's say CSS. And by the way, I can open up this command palette with Command P or Control P. Okay, go ahead, select this layer base, which is around, I think, 50 lines of code. Paste this in, save, and we should be good to go. Now everything is in green theme in our application. When we click to it, it should take us to the dashboard page and we can go back. If you make this to be like, if you are a candidate, you will hit this if check and you are not going to see that button. Okay, but we are getting this data as hard-coded. How can we get it from our actual database? Well, we can go ahead and create some hooks. So under the source, I will go ahead and create a folder called hooks. and I will create my very first hook, which is going to be called as useUserRole.yes. And we'll be calling this hook just like this. Let's say useUserRole, and this will give us the roles, such as is candidate or it is interviewer, right? So instead of getting this as hard-coded values, we will grab this from our hook. Now let's try to go ahead and build this hook in this file. So first I will go ahead and just say export const use user role, and we will make this an arrow function. Then inside I would like to get my user from the clerk. So we can say user, it is coming from this hook from Clerk Next.js. So we'll say we would like to get some user data from our database. And for this, we can use a query, right? We'll say use query, and we're going to call the API dot users. And here you can see it is type safe because we are using Convex. It is completely type safe. We can go under the users, and once again, it is still type safe. We can get any of these functions. And this is our query that we would like to call get user by clerk ID. So if you remember, this was taking an argument, which it was the clerk ID. And let's go ahead, paste this in. We'll say, I think clerk ID will be equal to user dot ID. And we can say if this is undefined, we can just pass an empty string and we're going to get an empty user object, right? This would be null if we don't have it. Okay, so now Convex returns you either null or undefined. If it is in the undefined state, you should understand that it is in the loading state. Okay, so loading state is undefined, and if you're getting null, that means there is no document, and if you're getting the document, as you can tell, you are getting the document. So let's say const is loading. You can say if user data is equal to undefined, that means it is loading. But else we can go ahead and return the rest of the state, such as the is loading, is interviewer, let's say. So we'll say if user, oops, what have I done? Let's say user data dot role. If it is equal to interviewer, that means this should be true. But else, let's duplicate this. Let's say if it is equal to candidate, that means this field is going to be called as candidate. Okay, so now by using this hook, we can actually grab those fields. From the user role, you can get the loading state, right? You can get the is interviewer or is candidate states. So let's say if we are the candidate, or if it is loading, we don't want to return anything. But if we are the interviewer, we would like to return this statement. And since we are not using this, let's go ahead and delete that. Okay, so that's gonna be it for our very first hook. We have used a query from Convex. This is how we can do it. Call the hook, pass the API with the related table as well as the query. And if you have any arguments, paste that in and you'll get a data. If it is in the undefined state, that means it is in the loading state, and we can return these fields to be able to grab them from the hook. Okay, now we can actually check. We don't see that button because this user is a candidate. Let's go ahead and try to update that. Why do we have this twice in the database? So that should be a mistake. Let's go ahead, visit the users file. So we say if existing user return this. So this code looks correct. Maybe we have tried to sign up before we implement this logic. That's why we are having this twice. I'll go ahead and delete the documents and delete the user from the dashboard as well and try to do it once again from scratch. Okay, so let's try to sign up, and I think we can go into the layout file and I'll show you something else. The app layout, I will say if we are signed out, we would like to redirect to sign up or sign in. In this case, I'll go with the sign in option, and this will always get you to the sign in page if you are signed out. And we can wrap this with signed in. Okay, so if you're signed in, you're going to see the application, but if you're signed out, you're going to redirect it to the sign in page. Now we are not logged in, so we can go ahead and try to sign up. We should be able to have our account created, as well as the user in the database. So this is candidate, we cannot see the button. Let's try to make this an inner viewer. Okay, now we should be able to get this button, as you can tell. And I didn't need to refresh this because it is working in real time. So that's gonna be it for the Navbar component, where we built our very first hook into this dashboard button. This is where we are calling this hook to be able to get the user role. And we'll be using this in multiple different places to check if user is the inner viewer or if it is the candidate. And other than this, we have put the logo to the left-hand side, we have implemented the dark mode, and then we put the user button. And then we also protected our entire application with this signed out and signed in components. So if we are not signed in, we cannot do anything, right? We will be redirected to the sign in page. Otherwise, we can see our application. So that's going to be it for the Navbar component, and we can move on with the next section. So it is time to build the homepage, where we will have this view. If we are the inner viewer, if we are the candidate, we will be able to see our inner views. So for now, let's try to build the inner view okay? So let's say you're the admin, this is what you're gonna see. But first, I want to just organize my files and folders. So under the app folder, I will create another one, and I will wrap this with this brackets, and I will call this as admin. And this is gonna be all the pages that are related to admin page. So here I will put a dashboard page inside, and I'll say page.tsx. We can export this, let's say dashboard page. So in Next.js, if you are wrapping a folder name with brackets, this parentheses, it means it is not going to be in the URL. This is what we called as route groups. So this is for organizing your files and folders. And then we'll have another one. I will call this as root, and we will put the rest of our application inside of this, such as the, let's say, recordings page. And we would like to add one more, which is going to be the, let's say, scheduled page.tsx. And we would like to have the meeting. And inside the meeting, we will have one more folder, which is going to be dynamic. So the meeting ID and page.tsx. Let's try to generate these files. I'll say meeting page, save this, and then we have the schedule page. Save this and close it. Finally, the recording page. Okay, and we would like to have the home page. So under the source, under the app, under the root, I will create one more folder called home, and we'll put our home page inside, which is this one. So I'll just drag this and drop it into the home. Okay, now this might look a little bit complicated. By the way, just save this. This is the file in the next folder that you should save and close. So this might look a little bit complicated, but basically whatever you see here in the inside the bracket, it does not affect the URL. So this is the homepage that we have. These are the meetings page, recordings, schedule, and this is the pages that are related to admin. Okay, now we can go ahead and try to build the homepage. I'll go ahead and delete these components. Let's try to shrink the left-hand side and try to build this. So we will have a div with the class name of, let's say, container, maximum width of 7x large, and center this out. with MX Auto and padding of 6. Then inside, we will have this welcome section that you can see here. So let's say welcome section. Once again, I would suggest you to have the source code open in a new tab because we'll be copying and pasting. Let's say we got 10 lines of code. It will say welcome back in an H1 with some classes to make it look nice. And we have a p tag. If we are the interviewer, we will see this text. If we are the candidate, we will see this one. But where is this coming from? Well, as you can tell from our hook, this is what we called it in the previous section. Use user role, and we can destructure these values, right? Is interviewer and is candidate. Okay, let's try to save it. But now this will crash because we are using a hook. So this should be a client component. So I don't really care about the server components in the homepage because I just want everything to work in real time with the Convex. So it is completely fine to go with the client component for this page. Oops, okay. So this is the welcome section that we have just created. Below to it, we can check if we are the interviewer, we will show something depending on that, else we'll show something else. If we are here, we can return a fragment that will have a div with some classes. Let's say class name, grid, smaller screens and above, grid, oops. So smaller screens and above, grid columns of 2, larger screens and above, grid columns of, let's say, 4. And gap, I'll just say 6 instead of 4. Okay, we'll just show something here. For now, let's go ahead and say we would like to have a div. Here, this is the candidate view. So for now, I'll put an empty fragment and I'll say div. Let's say candidate view goes here. Okay, let's try to save and take a look at the homepage UI. This is what we got. We will show something here in a couple of minutes. So here it says, I think we are the interviewer, right? Okay, we are seeing this part. I thought we were seeing this one, but no, we are in the interviewer view. Here we would like to have some quick actions, which are gonna be these cards, right? We can start an instant call, we can join into an interview, schedule, and see the recordings. So these are the quick actions that we would like to create. And for this, I will create a folder under the source, let's say constants, and I will have a file called index.ts. You can visit the GitHub repo, find this file, and copy the entire content and paste this in. I will explain what this does. Okay, so basically we have a couple of different icons coming from Lucid React. We have the interview category that we'll be using. This is an array. For now, ignore this. Once we use it, I'll explain. We have some time slots that we're going to be using when we schedule an interview. Then we have the quick actions. Each has an icon, title, description, color, and then the gradient. So these are the Tailwind CSS classes, as you can tell. And then we have coding questions. We'll be using this later in the video. We have languages. Once again, just ignore them. And we have the types, which is for the code question type, as well as the quick action type. So these are the things that you don't really want to type this out, but instead copy and paste, so we don't really need to waste 10 minutes on this file. We'll be using this quick actions to be able to show a component. So I will go ahead inside this, delete the text, and try to map through the quick actions. So make sure you import it from the constants folder, and we'll like to map it and get each action, and maybe we can get the index as well if you really wanted to. And we can put an action card component. This is something that we'll create in a second. Let's say for the key, we can give the index, and I think we can also give, let me just double check, we can give the title as well, right? It is unique. So we don't necessarily need to get the index. You can say key is going to be action dot title. And for the action, we can send the action itself as well as the onClick function. So what is going to happen when you click to this one? What is going to happen when you click to this one? Same for these, right? So we need to handle this with a function. That's why we'll say call this handle quick action with the action dot title. We will create this function. Let's try to make it actually. I'll just leave it as an empty function for now. This is going to be taking the title. For now, we don't really want to do anything for now. Let's save and try to create this action card component. So under the source, I'll go under the components, create this file, and let's try to build the UI. I'll shrink the left-hand side and try to build it. Now I will walk you through this file. I'll go ahead and get the quick action type from the constants because we'll be using it in a second. We're going to get the card component and we will create a function and try to export it. This is going to take some props, which is going to be the action as well as the onClick. This is what we have just passed, right? The action as well as the onClick. Let's make the TypeScript happy by passing the types. So we say this is an object where we're going to have the action that is a type of quick action type, and then an onClick function, which is returning nothing. So return void, right? And inside, we're going to return something that is going to be a card with some classes. And on top of it, we will have this onClick function. When we click to the card, we will call the onClick function, which is this one. And then we would like to have an action gradient, which is just decoration. This is using the action.gradient prop. Then we will have the action content wrapper, where we'll have a div with some classes, then one more div that is going to include the action icon. So we will have this div where we'll have the action.icon with a size and then the text color. Then we'll have the action details inside a div where we have the title as well as the p tag that contains the description. So that's gonna be it for this entire component. Let's try to save and see this in action. So here it says action card is not defined. Let's go ahead and try to import it. Okay, now this looks cool, but gradients doesn't really work like this, right? It is because this is related to Tailwind. If you're using some classes, like a color or gradient, that is coming from a file. So here we have these that are exported, right, into a file. In this case, you would like to put them like a string. Let me just do Control-C to get those. So what you see here from primary to this entire gradient and this text, I have just put them to here so that it is working. So this is some weird Tailwind, let's say some weird Tailwind bug, but this is how it works. You just need to paste this in if it does not work. Now we can see the gradients are working. Okay, so when we click to this, nothing happens currently. We would like to actually handle the actions. So we are going to go ahead, visit this page.tsx file, and we'll like to implement this function. And for this, we will have a couple of different props. I'll say const. Let me just give a little bit space. I think I can just copy it and paste it. We will have a state called show model. And let me show this. When you click to this action, you're going to see a model like this that says start an instant meeting. But if you say join to the interview, you're going to see this dialog where you can paste a link and then join. So we need to keep track of the state if the model is open and what is the type. Is it a join meeting or if it is a start instant meeting, right? So keep this in mind. Let's try to create those states. Show model and the model type, which could be either start or join. And then we can get our interviews. So I'll say const interviews. And as you can tell, we're going to be using Convex query. Let's say API dot interviews dot get all interviews, or actually get my interviews. Not all, we are going to get all of them in the admin dashboard. Okay, so this is going to give us all the interviews that we have. And we can check for the loading state. I think we can grab this from here. So I can say if is loading, I would like to return some loading text. It will update this, make it a lot better, but for now, we'll leave it as it is. And then in the handle quick action, we're going to have a switch case. Let's say switch with the title. If the case is new call, in this case, we would like to say set model type to be start and set show model will be true. And we can break out of this. If case is equal to join interview, in this case, we would like to say set model type to be join and set model to be true, right? And then in the default case, which is going to be for the two other links. So if we are not in this one, that means we are in one of these, which will have a link. This would take us to the schedule page, and this will take us to the recording page. So in this default case, we would like to use the router, and I will go ahead, try to import it. I'll say const router use router coming from Next navigation, it should be. And I'll just put it at the very top. In this case, we'll say router.push to the, let's say, slash title.to lowercase. So let's save and actually try to see this in action. If I click to this, this should take me to the schedule page. There we go. If I click to this, it should take me to the recordings page. So it is working as expected. But when we click to this one, nothing happens, or when we click to this one, again, nothing happens. State is being updated, but UI doesn't change because we don't really have any models, right? So I'll go ahead, visit my VS Code. Below to the quick actions, below to this div, I will have a component called meeting model. And this is going to be taking a couple of different props, such as if it is open or not. Let's say is open, we will send this state, and on close, what we're going to be doing, which is to set this state to be false, and then we'll say title, and this is going to be dynamic. So let's say if model type is equal to join, in this case, we would like to say join meeting, and in the else case, we can say start meeting, right? And one last thing is join meeting. So we can say if model type is equal to join, that means this field is true, and we'll be using them in this component. So let's try to save and go ahead, create this component. So under the source, under the components, I will paste this in and just say tsx, shrink the left-hand side, have this RFCE, and try to build the component. Now in this component, in this file, we're going to be using a component coming from Shadcn. So it is going to be a dialog component, which would look like this. So let's try to get this and import it into our code base. I'll paste this in. Okay, we just got that. Now we can build this UI. So firstly, we're going to get a couple of different props. We can add the interface or the type, which is going to be meeting model props. We're getting all these fields that we are passing, right? And we can try to destructure them just like this. Oops, I have made a mistake. Let me grab all of them. Okay, so we're just destructuring these props. Then inside, we would like to have a state, let's say const meeting URL, and set meeting URL. Initially, this is going to be an empty string. Let's try to import the use state. So we'll be using this state to be able to join into an interview, right? When we paste something inside, this is the state, the string that we would like to keep in mind. And now we would like to build this UI as well as this one. So both of them will be inside a component so that it is reusable. I will have two different functions, create meeting, and this is going to be an empty function for now. Let's say duplicate this and join meeting. We will create these functions later in the video, and one more function called handle start. And this can be an empty arrow function as well. Okay, so we can build the UI. Instead of a div, we'll have a dialog component. Make sure this is coming from the UI folder, not from the Redux. We'll say if it is open, it will depend on the state. Is open, and on open change, we will call the onClose function. Then we'll have a dialog content component. Let's try to close this off. So everything that I do here is coming from the documentation that you can take a look at the usage. So inside the dialog content, we're going to have a dialog header with the title that we are passing as a prop. Okay, so I have just imported them. Below to the dialog header, we would like to have a div with this class name. So with these classes, space y04 and padding top of 4. So we are going to say if we are trying to join a meeting, we would like to see an input component. I will go ahead and try to import it from Shadcn UI. So let's say add input. There we go. Now we can try to import it. This is taking this placeholder, the value, as well as the onChange handler function. Then below we'll have a div with these classes, let's say flex, justify, and as well as a gap of 3. Here we would like to have the buttons. So I will go ahead, copy this, paste this in. We have a button that says cancel with the variant of outline. On click, it will call the onClose function to be able to close the dialog. And we have the join meeting or start meeting button. So depending on that, we are going to call the handle start. And it would be disabled if we are joining to a meeting and if there is not a meeting URL. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. We can save and try to import it and see this in action. So I will click to it. This is the start meeting dialog. If I click to this, it calls the onClose function. So it closed that. And if we go here, the button is disabled until we type something in. Then it says join meeting. When we click to it, nothing happens, but we will implement that later in the video. For now, we're trying to go slowly, build the UI, and later we will add the functionality. Okay, we can cancel this as well. So I think that's gonna be it for these two components, and these are already working as expected. They are taking us to the related pages. Next, we are gonna set up Stream for video calls. So to set up Stream in Next.js, we need to create a provider, just like we have done previously for Convex and Clerk, because they are the client components, and we need to create it in a separate file and wrap our application with it. Before we get into the code, I just want to mention everything that I'll be doing in this section is coming from the Stream documentation. So you can visit the video docs and find the React guide. You can take a look at the entire application. This is what I have done before recording this video, and now you can watch me explaining everything that you would need. Okay, so let's try to create a provider called Stream Client Provider.tsx file. I will shrink the left-hand side and I will walk you through it, this entire file. So this is going to be a client component. We can go ahead and mark this with the use client directive and get our imports coming from React, Stream, and Clerk. We'll be using all of them in a second. Then we'll like to create our provider where we'll just try to export it, and we will get the children with declaring the type, which is type of React node. And we will wrap our entire application with the provider in a couple of seconds. So we would like to create a stream video client for every single user. When they sign up or when they log in into our application, we will create a client. Initially, it is undefined, but we will just set this up in a second. And to get the type safety, we will add this generic into it. And this is a type coming from stream, right? This is what we have imported. Then we will get the user from Clerk. This will give us the authenticated user, and we even have a loaded state. Then inside the use effect, we will call this use effect every single time these values it changes. And if user is not authenticated, we will just return out of this function. We will not do anything. But if you are authenticated, we can try to create a stream video client and set our state with it, because we'll be using this state in the return statement. So in this object, we will need to pass a couple of different fields, such as the API key that is coming from the environment variables that we have created previously, and then the user data. So every single time when you join into a call, you should have some user information, right? Such as the profile image, username, and when you record something, that should be recorded in the stream dashboard, right? So we just need to know which user is which one, right? We need to identify users. So that's why we are passing some user ID or some user data and creating a client. So just keep this in mind. This client will be important and it will be used for every single user. This client object will be, once again, will be created for every single user. Okay, now that this is clear, let's go ahead and add the fields such as user ID, username, and this might look a little bit complicated, but basically we check if first name and last name is undefined, we'll be using the user ID. And then we will put the image URL so that we can see the image URL here as well as the username. If user don't have an first name and last name, we would see the user ID, right? We say if there is not first name and if there is not last name, then just use the user ID. Then we need to call this token provider field, which is going to be a function. On the server side, we need to create a stream token. We will be doing this in a couple of seconds. And then if we don't have the video client, we can show a loader UI. Once again, this is a component that we'll create in a second. Then in the return statement, we will be using this stream video import. This is a component. We will wrap our entire application with it, and we will pass this client as a prop. Okay, so that's I think, the entire component that we would need for this file. And we need to create this server action as well as this loader UI component. So I will save this file and try to create this loader UI first under the components. Let's say loader UI.tsx. You can grab this file from the GitHub repo, which is around 10 lines of code. And you might be asking, why are we extracting 4 rem and -1 pixel? I have a comment here. Basically, in the navbar, we are using height of 16, which is equal to 4 rem, and we have a border bottom. Let's go ahead and take a look at the navbar. We have a border bottom. If you hover over this, you can see it is 1 pixel, and height 16 is 4 rem, which is 64 pixels. So I hope you're able to see why we are extracting 65 pixels. Okay, so this is the loader UI that we'll be using. Let's import it, and we would like to get this stream token provider action. So I will go under the source, create a folder called actions, and I will say stream.actions.ts file. And let's shrink the left-hand side, try to build our server actions. So let's shrink the left-hand side and try to build our very first server action. So as you might know, server actions are the functions that you run on the server. So we'll just add this directive called useServer. This file would be running only in the server, not in the client. And here I would like to get the current user from Clerk, and I would like to get the stream client. And I think we need to import this manually because I cannot get the auto suggestion. So stream client from @stream, not from the video React SDK. This is for Like this is for client side, but we would like to use something in the server side. And for this, we have installed the Node SDK. If you remember beginning of this tutorial. So I'll say export const a function called stream. How did we call it? So stream token provider. And this is going to be an async function. Here we would like to basically create a token so that we can use it in the client. So I'll just first get the current user, and I'll say if there is not user, we can say throw new error user is not authenticated. Then if we have the user, we can try to create a stream client by, stream client by using this class that we have above. So this wants you to put the API key as well as the secret key, not inside an object, but comma separated. So I think I can copy those and paste them inside. Okay, so we got the stream API key as well as the stream secret key. So below to it, we'll say const token stream client dot generate user token. So previously you would say create token, but this has been deprecated. If you hover over this, you can see they tell you to use generate user token instead. So this is what we'll be doing. And this is taking a couple of different objects or fields, I should say, such as user ID. This is the user ID that we have, and you can add expiration date, issued at, but in our case, I'll just leave it as default. And by default, I think it will expire in 1 hour. And in our case, this is completely enough for an interview, right? Probably it will not be even 1 hour. At most, it would be something like 45 minutes, right? So that's why I'll just not add those fields. We generated a token and we are returning it from this function. So this is the server side once again, and we can call this function as the token provider handler, and it should handle this for us. So we got the stream video provider that we can use in our entire application. You can go ahead, wrap your entire layout with it, or you can create different layouts, such as under the root, I will say layout.tsx, and I will wrap this file with that provider. So let's say RFCE, this is going to be our layout. We can say stream, how did we call it? Client provider, I think. So is this how I call it? Stream client provider. And for some reason, I cannot get the auto suggestion, but let's try to type this out. Stream client provider from, let's say, add components, providers, and this is the file that we have. But this is a default import, so we can have it as it is. So we are going to take the children in a layout, and we can wrap our children with this provider. Okay, so now in all of these pages, we can use stream, right? All the components, all the hooks, all the functions that are coming from stream can be used in these files, in these pages, because we have wrapped our root with this provider. If you wrapped your root layout with it, then you can use it even in the admin page. But in our case, we don't really need it. That's why I have wrapped my root with this client provider. I hope that makes sense. So that's it for the stream client provider. In the next section, we can visit the meeting model and actually try to create these functions. We couldn't implement those if we didn't implement this provider setup. Now that we have it, now that we are wrapping our entire application with this stream video component, we can go ahead and try to build these functions next. So in the meeting model component, we are going to create these two functions, which is to create a meeting, which is an instant call, and to join a meeting. So instead of calling this as create meeting, I'll actually call this as create instant meeting. This makes more sense. And instead of implementing them right in this file, I will go ahead and create a hook called useMeetingActions. useMeetingActions.yes. So basically, we will call this hook called useMeetingActions, and we're going to destructure these two functions, right? This will give us the create instant meeting function as well as the join meeting functions. Okay, so let's try to go ahead and create this hook. I will shrink the left hand side and let's say const use meeting actions, which is going to be an arrow function. And we would like to just export this. And instead of typing this word by word, I will walk you through it line by line. So I have deleted the entire file. Let's start from scratch. First, we're going to get our imports that we'll be using in a second. Here, we're using React Hot Toast, which is a package that we haven't installed yet. We'll be doing in a second. So we're going to create our hook, just like what we have done previously, and export this. Inside, we'd like to create our router using our hook, as well as the client. So this is coming from the stream hook, okay, from the stream package, where we'd like to have a function, and this will be an async function. So first we'll say if we don't have a client, just return out of this function immediately. But else, just create a try-catch block where we can handle our logic. So here we are trying to create an instant meeting, right? So we'll go into the try and first get a random ID. And we can use this crypto package that is built into Node. So we'll say crypto.randomuuid. That will give us a random user ID, right? And then we would like to create a call by using this client.call function, which is going to take two different arguments. The first one is the call type. We can go with the default, and then the call ID, which is we generated randomly. And then we would like to call this method get or create. So as you can tell, it will either get you the call or create one if it doesn't exist. In this case, we want to create it. So this will be taking an object where we can pass the data inside. So when this call starts, which is right now, so we use a new date, as well as some custom data if you wish, such as the description. And I just called this as instant meeting. Once call has been created, we can push the user to that page, which is meeting and then ID. So this is exactly the format that we have. So under the app, we have this meeting page with an ID. This is something that we'll build later in the video. Okay, so we push the user, then we can show a success toast, which is a notification basically. It says meeting created, and in the catch, we can console log the error and show a toast. And in the join meeting function, we would like to basically push the user to this URL as well. So we'll say get the call ID. This function will take the call ID and push the user to that page. And for some reason, if client doesn't exist, we can return out of this function by showing a toast that says failed to join meeting, please try again. And finally, from this hook, we will return an object with these two functions, right? Okay, so I hope everything is clear in this hook. We basically wanted to create two different functions. One is to join to the meeting, which basically take us to the meeting page. And the other one is to create a call in the stream with the stream SDK and then push user to that page where we can actually join into that call. Okay, now here it says React Hot Toast is not installed. Let's open up the terminal and say npm install React Hot Toast. And to be able to use this, we need to visit our layout. And this layout is directly in the app. So basically it is the root layout. So it is this one. Go ahead below to the theme provider and just say toaster component, which should be a self-closed tag. And you're going to get this from React Hot Toast. Should be toaster coming from React Hot Toast, just like this. Okay, now we don't have any errors. This is the custom hook that we have just created. So we'll go and visit the meeting model. and import this hook. So we have both of our functions that we would like to call inside the handle start. And we are calling this when we click to this button, right? It's either join meeting or start meeting that is inside the meeting model. So in the handle start, I will say if we are joining to a meeting, right? I think it should be is join meeting. In this case, we would like to run this if case, but else we would like to run this part. So here I'll say const meeting ID. Basically, we want to grab, let me show this pretty quickly. Where is it? Okay. So user will paste a meeting link here, right? And we would like to grab the ID from this URL. So this is what we're trying to do right now. So we'll say const meeting ID that will be equal to meeting URL dot split dot pub. This will give us, let me just type this out. If it is a full URL, extract meeting ID. Okay, so we got the meeting ID. We can say if meeting ID existed, we can just join into the meeting, and we're gonna pass this as the argument because this function takes it as this as an argument, right? It is called call ID. Then in the else case, that means we would like to create an instant meeting. Okay, once we have done this, we can just set the state to be resetted and we will close the model. So I'll just call the onClose function. Okay, so let's save and actually test this out. I'll say new call, start meeting, meeting created. As we can tell, now we are in the meeting page, which is something that we'll implement in a second. Now let's go back to the homepage. I wish I copied the URL. Okay, I'll copy it and paste this inside. Join meeting. There we go. Now we are in that page. So what we have done basically, just get the URL, right? I mean, get the meeting ID and push the user to this page. Okay, this is exactly what is happening. Now we're going to go ahead and build the meeting page. So far, this is what we have in the meeting page. And let me show you the demo application. In the meeting page, we're going to have basically two different UIs. One to be able to set up the UI, to set up the call. And once we say join meeting, this is what we're going to get. So basically, we need to have a state to check if we are in the setup UI or if we are in the actual meeting, right? So let's try to keep this in mind and start with this UI, where we'll have the camera display on the left-hand side and then our options on the right-hand side. Okay, so I'll shrink the left-hand side. Let's say we would like to use this use params hook. And since we're using this hook, this should be a client component. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and just say const grab the ID. So we are destructuring this as ID because this is how we called our folder name, right? And then we would like to get the use user hook because we would like to get this is loaded state. Then I would like to get a state, let's say const. This is going to be equal to use state. Let's import use state and we'll say is setup complete. And by default, this is going to be false. Then we'll say if it is not loaded or if we'll have another state called is call loading. Let's try to create this for now like this as a hard-coded value. Let's say true, call is loading. If we are in this state, we would like to return a loader UI. This is something that we have already. So let's import it and try to use it. And we can say now in the return statement, instead of this meeting page div, we'll have a different component, which is going to be stream call. This is coming from our SDK. Make sure you close this off. So this want you to pass a prop called call. And we're gonna get this just in a second. For now, leave it as empty, or let's delete it so that we don't have any errors. So stream call, to be able to get some theming to some styling from the stream, we can say stream theme, wrap our application with it as well, wrap this page with it. Then we'll say if is setup not completed, we can return this part, else we can return this part. Okay, now let's go ahead and try to first build this one. We will say we would like to return a component called meeting setup. And here we would like to return a different component called meeting room. So we're going to create both of them in a second. And here we would like to pass this function called onSetupComplete. Basically, we will set this state to be true. And once this is true, we will see the meeting room. So first, let's go ahead and try to create this component. I'll copy the name, go under the components, .tsx. Okay, save it, close that. Let's try to import it and do the same thing for this one. Okay, so TypeScript complaining for now, just ignore it. We would like to get the current call and pass it into this stream call component. So we would like to pass the call that we are having in this page. But how can we get this call? We can put the logic inside of this page, but I think it would be much more cleaner if we create a custom hook. So I will call this as useGetCall by ID, and we're going to pass the ID that is coming from the URL. And here, this is going to give us two different values. Let's say call, and it will give us this state that we have created above. So instead of this hard-coded value, we'll say is call loading will be coming from this hook, and we can take it above, just like this. Okay, so now let's go ahead and try to create this custom hook. Under the hooks, I will create a new file, .ts, and let me walk you through this entire file. So as always, we're going to start with our imports. Let's go ahead and grab them, which is useEffect, useState, call type, as well as this hook coming from stream SDK. Then we are going to create our hook, which is going to take an ID that is type of string, and we will export this. So here we should pass the ID, as you can tell. And then we will have a state, which is a call state. Initially, it'll be undefined. And to make TypeScript happy, we will pass this type as a generic. Then here we'll have this loading state. Initially, it'll be true because we would like to immediately fetch this call. And once we fetch it, we will make this to be equal to true. Then we will get the client from this hook. Then we'll have a useEffect that will run whenever the client or ID changes, right? As you can tell. Then we will have this if check. If there is no client, return immediately out of this function. Then we will have a function called getCall that is async. It is going to have a try, catch, as well as a finally block. In the try, we would like to fetch the current call, right? This is the point. We would like to get call by ID. So we can say const calls, we are destructuring this from the client.query calls. This is coming from the stream documentation. Once again, you can take a look at it, where we can add an object with our filter conditions. And we would like to pass our ID that is coming from as a parameter. This will give us the current call, right? And then if there is a result, we would like to set the call with the first one, which is going to give us our call. In the catch, we can handle this console log as well as setting the call to be undefined because it means we got some errors. Finally, loading state will be false regardless of the success or false case. And we're going to call this function inside useEffect and finally return two different functions or two different states, I should say, which is the call state as well as the loading state. Okay, so that's it for this entire hook, which is around 30 lines of code, and there isn't anything complicated, right? we just have a use effect that is going to run to get a call with this filter conditions. Now let's try to call this. We're going to get the call that we are passing it inside. But now, so here it says string or string array. Okay, so maybe we can just copy this, paste it inside here as the type. Now that this is happy, we're going to fix this typing error as well. And I was going to say, now let's say if call is undefined. In this case, we can put a fallback UI. So I will just get this if check. If there is no call, return a div with a p tag that says meeting not found. Let's save and try to maybe just see the output. So I'll visit my browser. Let's say start a meeting. Okay, so we had a brief loading state. If you have realized, I'll refresh. Like just for a second, we have it. Then we got into the meeting setup. Okay, now let's try to build this page or this component, which is going to look like this. So this is where we left. We wanted to build the meeting setup component. So first, let's make the TypeScript happy. Let's say we are gonna get this on setup complete prop, and let's give the type. Let's say this is gonna be a function that doesn't return anything. Then before we build the return statement, let's have a couple of different states, and let me show you how that would look like. So we're gonna have a state to check if camera is disabled or not. Same for the microphone. Let's go ahead and try to get those. Instead of typing this out, I think I can just paste it. Is the camera disabled? By default, let's just say this is gonna be true, and I will get the same thing for microphone. And let's say this is gonna be false by default, so it would not be disabled. And then we can get a call. So I'll just say const call, and by saying a call, I wanted to say the current call. So I'll just say use call. And why can we make this, right? Shouldn't we say something like get call by ID? We don't need to do it because we have already done this in this component, and we passed this into a stream call. Now in any of these components, you can get this call by using this hook. I hope that makes sense. So just in case if you're wondering, why didn't we say something like use get call by ID and then pass the ID inside? It's because we are passing this call into the stream call. We can use it in this entire component, right? And since we are in the meeting setup, we can go ahead and grab this call just like that. I hope that makes sense. And I'll say if there is not a call, just return null. You can handle this in a different way, maybe show 404 page, something like that. I'll just don't return anything. And then I will have a use effect that I'll be copying and pasting. I will say, let's first import the use effect. If camera is disabled, go ahead inside the call and disable the camera, but else enable it. And this use effect will run whenever these changes. Then we'll go ahead say the exact same thing for the microphone, right? If it is disabled, disable the microphone inside the call and else enable it. Then we can have a function. Let's say const handle join, and we're gonna be calling this function when we click to this button. Okay, so let's say handle join, which is gonna be an, let's say, async function, and we will say await call.join. Yes, you can call this method on the call. Once we join, we can just say on setup complete. So when we join to the call, we will set this state to be true, right? So that we can see the meeting room. The UI will update as well as we will be joining into the call. So I think that's gonna be it for the logic. Now we can go ahead and build the return statement, which is gonna be mostly UI. So I would suggest you to have the source code open on a Next tab so that you can just copy and paste it with me. We'll have a div with a bunch of different classes. I will go ahead and grab this. So we have minimum height of screen, flex item centered, justify centered, padding of 6, and background opacity is just changing L-bit. Then we'll go get a div. Once again, we'll have a couple of different classes. So let's say width full, maximum width is going to be 1200 pixels, MX auto, and then we'll have one more div below to it, which is going to be looking like this. Let's close this off. I will save to get this formatting. So we have this grid layout because we will have something on the left, something on the right. Okay, so first things first, I will have my video preview container component. So this is going to be a card component. I will go ahead and copy it, paste it, which is around 10 lines of code and no logic at all. So we can go ahead and copy it. Now the most important thing here is this video preview component that is coming from Stream, right? They can just give you this component that you can use to see the video preview, and we just style this a little bit. Okay, so this is video preview container. After this card, we'll say card controls, or yeah, I think we can just call it like that, where we'll have the meeting details. And I will go into the source code, get the card. Let's close this off. So inside the card, I would like to have a div with, let's say, class name of height full, flex, and flex column. Then inside we'll have the meeting details. So you can copy this and paste it, which is around, I think, 4 lines of code, where we have a div with an h2 and then p tag that says meeting details. It's going to get the call ID. And after this div, we would like to have one more div. Let's say class name is going to be flex of 1, flex, flex column, justify between. Okay, below to it, we'll have one more div, say class name space y of 6, as well as margin top of 8. And now we'll have the camera control. So I will go ahead, copy this code and paste it. So we are using a camera icon coming from Lucid React, as well as a switch component, which is going to be coming from Shadcn. So let's say, oops, why I cannot search with Command K. Let's say switch. So it would look like this. Let's go ahead, try to install it. And this is the usage. You can add some props into it. So this should install it, hopefully. There we go. Let's get it from the UI folder. And this would be checked depending on the state, and unchecked change will be this function. Basically, we will negate the state. Okay, so after this camera control, make sure to give a bit space. Then we'll add the microphone control. And once again, we can grab this code, which is almost the same thing, but this time we're using a make icon as well as the make state. Okay, so after the microphone control, we can go ahead and add the device settings. So it would look like this. So we are building this part, and this component will be coming from Stream as well. Okay, so let's try to copy this and paste it. Get the icon and device settings from Stream. So after the device settings, we have one more div, and skip that as well. We will have the join button, which is around 5 lines of code. So I'll go ahead, get this, import the button. When we click to it, we are calling this handle join function that would take us to the call, right? Okay, so now let's go ahead and test this out to see how that look in our application. Okay, so now it is trying to use my phone, but let's say use my machine's microphone. And this is the UI that we can see. Let me try to say allow this time. And for the camera, now it is open. As you can tell, we'll just say allow this time as well. It says video is disabled. If we open this up, we should be able to see it on the left hand side. we can do the same thing for this one. Okay, now we cannot see the settings tab. Let's go back. Okay, so we cannot see the device settings. It is because we didn't add any CSS coming from the stream. We need to visit our layout, and here we'll add some CSS styling. And since we are not using this, I think we can delete that as well as this one. Okay, just before the global CSS, let's try to add this line that I will get it from the GitHub repo. Okay, so from the stream, we're gonna get some styles.css file, right? We're gonna get some styling so that it is working as expected. And then below it, we will add our own global.css file so that we can override anything that they have. Okay, now we can see this is the component coming from stream, right? We can disable it, enable it, and if it is disabled, UI has been updated. This looks a lot more better than what we had previously. And this is something that I get. It's annoying, but just ignore it. And we have our microphone. We can disable it, enable it. Once we are ready, we can join to the meeting. I clicked it. Now we are in the meeting room, right? Which would look like this. Oops. Okay, it would look like this, and this is what we are gonna build next. So in this UI, I don't know if you have realized it, but we have a resizable component that we can drag and drop it to the left and to the right. We have the same thing on this part where we can vertically take this to the top and to the bottom where we can just resize our tabs. And this is a component coming from Shadcn UI. Let's say resizable. So you can have these kind of panels using this component, either in the horizontal direction or in the vertical direction. So let's go ahead, copy this, paste it into our terminal, and these are the files that we have open from the latest section. So we have added this one at the very last. So I'll go ahead, close everything, open up my terminal. We got this switch. Let's clear the console and just paste this in. Okay, I have done a mistake. So what have I done? Let me just delete everything, go back to Shadcn UI documentation, copy this, and paste this in. Okay, so I have lately switched from Windows to macOS, so I sometimes forgot the shortcuts. It's kind of annoying, but there we go. So that's why I got this kind of a weird situation because I used the wrong shortcut. Okay, so we got the resizable panel component. I would like to go into the meeting room.tsx and we would like to build the UI. As always, before we get into the return statement, let's first take a look at the output that we are trying to build. So we have two panels, left-hand side as well as the right-hand side. This entire thing called as a code editor component that we're gonna build maybe in the next section. For now, we are gonna focus on this left-hand side. Okay, so we are gonna have a resizable panel in between, and we will have two different panels next to each other. So let's try to build this UI pretty quickly. For this, we will have a state. I'll first get the, let's say, layout, and let's say set layout. And this can have two different values. So you say use state. This could be, I think, a grid, but by default, I would like to go with the speaker layout. Let's import the use state, and let's say this can take two different values, grid or speaker. By default, this is what we'll have. And we can update the layout by pressing this button, which will open up a dropdown, and we can update the layout. So this is something that we'll see just in a second. And we would like to have one more state to be able to show the participants. So when we click to this button from the right-hand side, we will see a component that will open and show us the participants in this list, and we can filter them out. So this is the state, either that we want to show it or not. By default, this will be false. Then I would like to get my router from Next.js. Let's go ahead, import it. And this should be coming from Next navigation. Okay, just like that. We have a typo, there we go. And I would like to have a hook coming from, let's say, from the stream. So they have this special hook called state hooks, and from here you can get all kinds of different hooks. And in our case, we would like to use the calling state, because depending on this, we'll do something. So we'll say if, I think first I should say const calling state. We will just check if we are joined or not. Let's call this state. This is going to give us the calling state. I will say if calling state is not equal to calling state dot joined. So if you are not joined, we can show some kind of a loader spinner, right? I would like to get this return statement with this loader icon. Okay, size of 6, and it would be animated with the spin class. So with this if check, now we can go and build the return statement. Instead of a div, let's delete everything, delete the content. This will be resizable panel group coming from our UI folder. And let's make sure we close this off. So this needs to take a prop, which is going to be direction, and we would like to go in the horizontal direction. So in the horizontally, we will have 2 different tabs, one here and then this one. And in the code editor component, we will have in the vertical direction. But currently, we would like to have in the horizontal direction. Okay, so we'll have a resizable panel. Let's get this. So this will be for the right-hand side. And I would like to copy this. So maybe I'll just get that, copy it, and paste it. This is going to be for the right-hand side. Okay, so let me just build the right-hand side. I will say the default size for this will be 65, and let's say minimum size will be 25. And let's say code editor will go here. This is something that we'll build later in the video. And now we can focus on this right-hand side. Okay, so let's say this, or maybe let's say video will go here. We can add some props just like what we have done here. I'll say the default size for this could be 35 and minimum size could be 25. Let's say maximum size, maybe we can just go with 100 and just see how that would look like. In class name, I'll add relative because we'll be using some absolute positioning inside. So let's save and try to see the output. So I'll just say join to the meeting. Okay, now we have 2 different panels, but we cannot see the resizable handle, right? So for this, we have a component. Let's say resizable handle coming from UI folder, and we'll just say with handle, that's going to be equal to true. So if you'll leave it as it is, that means it's true. Now we can see this is resizable, right? I don't know if you can see it, but this is what we have. And we'll make this to look a lot better just in a second. Okay, so let's try to build this left-hand side where we have the video component. So I'll just say video layout and go inside. We'll have a div with class name of absolute, inset of 0, and we will have this check. We'll say if layout is equal to grid, then we would like to show this paginated grid layout coming from stream, but else we can show the speaker layout. Once again, this is coming from stream, so we can just put this in. Then I would like to show the participant list overlay. So I'll go ahead and paste this in. I'll say if show participants state is true, we would like to see this component. And on close, we'll just set the state to be false. Okay, I just saved and code has been formatted. Then after this div, just before the resizable panel, we would like to add our video controls. So let's say div, and maybe before we move on, let's just save, take a look at the output, how that look. Okay, currently it doesn't look really nice, so let's continue. This div will take some classes. I would like to copy it and paste it. Then we will have one more div inside. Let's close this off. Flex column items centered. And then we would like to have one last div that I'll be getting it and pasting it. I'll save to get this formatting. So inside this div, we will have the call controls. This is a component coming from stream. It is really convenient to use it. We'll say on leave. Basically, we want to push the user to the homepage. Then we would like to have a div with class name of flex, items centered, and I believe a gap of 2. Okay, so inside this div, we will have a drop-down menu component. So I'll say drop-down menu coming from UI folder. Make sure you don't get it from the Redux. So we get it from the Shadcn. Okay, drop-down menu, and this will be taking a trigger component inside. I will paste this in. Let's try to import them from the UI. Same for the button. And we have this layout list icon. So in Lucid React, there is the same thing that is called with icon as well as just the name. In my opinion, I think we should always use it with the icon so that when we read our code, we should understand that this is an icon. Okay, and this is size of 4. And after the trigger, we would like to have the drop-down menu content. So I will go ahead, paste this in, import this from UI folder, same for this one. And here we have an on-click where we change the layout to be grid and speaker. Okay, let's save and maybe try to see if UI has been updated. So it has definitely been updated, but it doesn't really look nice yet. We're going to build it just in a second. Okay, let's go inside and try to build the rest. So just below to the drop-down menu, we will have a button where we can join or where we can show the participants list. And for this, I'll be using this users icon coming from Lucid React. And this has the size of 4. So if you don't know, in Tailwind, if you're using the same height and width, you can basically use this shortcut with the size class. So you can do the same thing for this dude as well. Size of 10. There we go. We use the size of icon variant of outline for this button. And after this button, we would like to show another button. So for now, I'll just say button, let's say, and call button. This is something that we'll build just in a couple of minutes. Okay, so with this, I think we can save and take a look at the output. Okay, for some reason, this doesn't look nice as expected. Maybe we should wrap this entire component with a div, or maybe, okay, let's wrap it with a div and give it a class name like height of screen. Is this going to fix it? Okay, so it fixed this, but it overflows, right? How could we fix this? We can go ahead and calculate the height. So I'll just say, let's say height, and open up this brackets. I'll say calculate the whole screen minus 4 rem. This should fix it, but remember we have 1 pixel in the border in the navbar, right? From the border, we just need to say -1. Let's save, and it should be -1 pixels, by the way. Let's save. Okay, now we don't get this overflow the scroll bar, right? Okay, there we go. This is working as expected. We're gonna build this button in a second, but we can see the layout buttons, right? We can go into the grid view, even though it doesn't really change too much because we don't have too many participants. But as you can tell, it definitely updates the view. And we can see the list. This is the participants list that we can search for. If I just search for someone that does not exist, you'll get this UI, but else you can just search for someone that is existed in the code. And when we click this, it would close it and update the state. Okay, so we can share our screen as well, add a reaction. Everyone would see it in real time. And let me actually go and create a new account, then join into this call. So this is what I'll be doing just in a second. So I have just signed up with a different Google account. Now this is a candidate by default. So I'll go ahead and grab the URL from this call and paste it into here. Later in the video, we will actually have the cards that we can join manually. But for now, we can join from the URL since we don't have the functionality yet. So we're gonna be in the setup page, and I don't know why, for some reason it connects to my phone. I will select the machine, this MacBook, and let's open up the camera just to check how we look. This is working as expected. Let's say join into the meeting. Okay, I'll just mute myself so that it doesn't echo. And let's try to share our screen, or maybe before this we can add some reactions and the other user should be able to see it in real time, right? We can update the view, can go into the grid view or into the speaker view. We can see the participants, and let's try to share our screen. So I'll go ahead and let's just share the VS Code. It says you're presenting your screen. Let's go back. This user can see the entire screen. Now in this case, both of these users is me. That's why it looks a little bit buggy, but in real world, this would not be the case because you will not be the only users, right? Okay, so let's go ahead and stop sharing the screen. We can take a recording. Let's go ahead, start the recording. Now it is recording. Let's just wait a little bit and then we can pause this. And this button will be only visible to the creator of the call. So as a candidate, you should not be able to see this button. This would end the call for everyone. This is something that we'll build later in the video. And let's stop the recording. Now in the background, the recording will be prepared and it would be sent to the stream dashboard. So we can go ahead, check this out if we really wanted to. Let's visit the dashboard. We should be able to see our calls in this recently created application. Let's just see audio, video, overview, and these are all the calls that we had previously. And I believe under the recordings you can find it. Feel free to definitely check this dashboard, but later in the video we will actually fetch those recordings in a different page. Okay, so looks like everything is working as expected. I will leave from this call. Now we are in the home page and the other user should not be able to see that user because that user just left. So with that, that's gonna be it for this component as well. Next, we can build this and call button. So I'll see you in the next section. And just before we move on with the next section, I just wanted to show you the place that you can find the recordings. So from the overview, you can say view call explorer, which is the explorer that you can see everything related to your past calls. So we had two different calls, and from this one, we can see the recordings. We have one recording, and we can get the URL and test this out. Just paste it. This is the call that we had. So you can watch it. It has been processed and it has been saved to the dashboard. Later in the video, we will actually fetch them from this dashboard and show it in the recordings page. Okay, so with that, we can move on with the next section. So in the meeting room component, we said that we will have a button that would end the call for everyone. So let's go ahead and try to create this component. I will say end call button and copy this name, go under the source components, create this file .tsx, and let's try to import it in this file. Okay, let's try to build it now. I will go ahead and get a couple of different imports. So just like previously, we will get our call and we don't really need to use the use get call by ID because I have explained this previously, but I'll just show you once again. Let's go into the meeting page. We have wrapped this meeting room with the stream call, which has the call as the prop. So we can use this call within this component, right? And this end call button is inside the meeting room. So that means we can use this hook and get the call. I hope that makes sense. So we're going to get the call, and we would like to get the router as well, because when we end the call, we will take everyone, go back to the homepage. This is going to be coming from Next navigation, and we're going to get this hook called useCallStateHooks. We're going to get the local participant out of this hook. So the local participant is the current user that is in the call, right? Which is you. And then we'd like to get a mutation that we have created previously, update inner view status. Let's say use mutation. So previously we have used something like use query from Convex. Now we are using use mutation. Just like previously, we'll get the API. Let's import it, dot inner views, dot update inner view status. We'll be using this mutation just in a second. And we can get the current inner view from the database. We'll say use query. Let's get this one as well. I will say API dot inner views dot get inner view by stream call ID. So we're gonna pass the stream call ID as the argument, and just in case if this is undefined, we can put an empty string. And we'll say if there is not a call, or if there is not an inner view in the database, we would like to return null. Then we'll just check if we are the meeting owner, right? So depending on this, we will either show the button or not. We can say if is not meeting owner, we can return null. And how can we check for this? So we'll say local participant.user ID. If this is equal to call.state dot created by, let's say created by dot ID. So if this is the case, that means we are the meeting owner. And we'll say like, okay, so if we are not the meeting owner, return null, but else we can return the button. Let's import the button from the UI folder, and here we'll just say end meeting. Let's say button variant is gonna be destructive so that it is red, and on click we're gonna call a function called end call. Let's go ahead and try to create this function. Const end call, that is gonna be an async function. We can have a try catch. In the try we can say await call dot end call. That's it. This is going to end the call, but we also want to update the database state. So we'll say update inner view status. Let's first find the inner view, which we pass the ID, and we'll say status will be completed, right? Okay, so we have just completed this inner view. So state has been updated, and we can take the user to the homepage. So push to just slash. Then we can show a toast. Let's say toast.success, meeting ended for everyone. Then in the catch, we can say console log the error, and maybe toast.error failed to end meeting, and then just save this file. So this is the entire file that we have just built for this end call button. Let's try to see this UI. So we are the owner of this meeting, right? But for some reason, we cannot see the button. Why this is the case? So somehow we should be hitting this if check or this one. So since we are the meeting owner, that means probably we hit this if check. So if we don't have an inner view in the database, we are gonna return null, so we don't see the button. And this is actually the case. In the database, we don't have any inner views. That's why we cannot see that button. This is how our application works. When we create an instant meeting, we don't save it in the database. But when we schedule one, we will save it so that we can end it for everyone as well. So the point of instant meeting is that, let's say, interviewers will just start an instant call, discuss something, and then just call it a day. But for the candidates, if they want to have an interview, they would schedule it with a candidate, and then at the end of the interview, they can end it to everyone, right? I hope that makes sense. So even though we have implemented this end call button, we cannot see it in action yet. Later in the video, once we schedule some interviews, we should be able to see that button, which would look like this. When we click to it, it would end the call and take everyone to the homepage. Okay, so that's kind of it for this section as well. So in the meeting room, we said that we need a code editor component. So let's go ahead and try to create this code editor. And before we build it, I would like to open up my terminal and try to install a package. I'll say npm install and paste this in where we say add Monaco editor /react. So this is the editor that VS Code uses, and we're going to install it and try to use it so that it would look like this. Okay, so we just got the package, and I would like to get 2 more components from Shadcn. So I'll just say npx Shadcn add the latest, add. The first one will be scroll-area component. The other one will be select. So let me shrink this so that you can see the entire line. And these are the components that we would need. So the scroll area, which gives you this scrollable area if the content overflows. And then we have this select component where we can select an item. And in this case, we'll be using it to be able to select a problem as well as a language. Okay, so with this in mind, let's go ahead on this. And while this is installing, we can go ahead and try to create this component. And as we can tell, we got those, so I'll just shrink my terminal. Under the components, I will have this code editor.tsx file. And import it. Okay, so in this file, we'll be using some constants that we have created previously. So if you visit this file, under the source, under the constants, we have this index.ts file. And we have some, let's see, we have some coding questions. So we have 3 different ones that I have prepared, which is the toSum, let's see, the reverse string, as well as palindrome number. So the important thing here is that each problem, each question has an ID, title, description, some examples, a starter code for 3 different languages, such as JavaScript, Python, and Java, and we got some constraints. So we have these data for every single question that we'll be using. And then we'll be using one more thing, which is the languages array. So for each language, I have created a file. So javascript.png, python.png, and same for the Java, that you can find under the public folder. But we don't have the public folder, so let's go ahead and create it. And you can grab those files from the GitHub repo. This is what I'll be doing. Just grab 3 of them, paste this in, there we go. We got the icons that we'll be using in a second. Okay, so just keep that in mind. These are the constants that we'll be using in this code editor component. So first things first, I will get a state. Let's try to import the useState as well as the coding questions. So this is the selected question. By default, it's going to be the very first one. Then let's get the selected language as well, which can be 3 different values, either JavaScript, Python, or Java. By default, we'll get the very first one. Then let's say the code itself. So we'd like to have some starter code when we open up this UI, right? And when we type this in, we would like to update the state. So that's why we are having this code state. Then I would like to have 2 functions. And once again, just open up the source code, find this file, and just copy and paste with me, because there is nothing complex that we are pasting. Instead of typing this out, I think it is a lot better that we just copy and paste and explain everything. So we have a function that will handle the question change. This is going to take the question ID, where we'll find the question, set the selected question state with it, and then add the starter code, right? So let's say you open up this select element, and if you select Python, it would get you the starter code for the Python code, and it would put it into the code editor. Now you cannot see it because it has been shrinked in this image, but you get the point. If you select Java, this code immediately would update to Java starter code. This is exactly what we are doing. And then I will have one last function that will handle the language change. It would update the state as well as the code. Okay, so I will go ahead and reset that. This is gonna be a resizable panel as well in the vertical direction, right? We will have one at the top, one at the bottom. So let's try to create it. This is gonna be resizable panel group. Let's import it. And this can take a couple of different props, such as a direction will be vertical, and let's say class name, minimum height of, I will say, calculate 100 VH minus 4 rem. And I think we can also say 1 pixel for that border in the navbar. Okay, so we have an extra angle bracket. Let's delete it, save. This is how that look. So we'll have two different resizable panel. So this is the very first one, and let's duplicate this. Okay. Import it. So this is for the question section that is at the top, right? Let's say question section. And then this one is for the actual code editor at the bottom. Let's start with this one. This is gonna be taking, let me go inside. This will have the scroll area component that is coming from the UI folder. And this is gonna take the class name of, let's say, height full. And inside, I will go ahead create a div. This is going to take a class name of padding of 6, one more div with some classes, which would look like this. Then we're gonna get the header component. So let's say header, and you can copy this code from the GitHub repo, which is around 50 lines of code. Okay, so let's try to import these components. So we have select trigger, content, item, as well as the value. Okay. So basically we have just built the header component where we have the question title with a p tag and the select element. So in the select content, we show the coding questions mapped through it, and then we have a value. Then we have the actual select value to show the language image as well as the name. And then we have the content once again for the languages. Well, let's try to see why this did not update. Maybe I should refresh it. Okay, meeting not found. Looks like we have ended that. Okay. Okay, so I think I have the wrong application open. Is this the case? Let's open up the terminal. Okay, so I have my demo application on the left-hand side. You cannot see it on that screen. So we were using the demo application. That's why I'll go ahead, just kill this first. Let me kill it from the other application. Okay, now we can run npm run dev. Previously it was running on localhost 3001, but now it should run on 3000. Okay, so that was my bad. Let's go ahead, try to refresh. That was the demo application. Now we should be able to get the current application that we are building. Okay, so it is loading. Let's try to refresh once again. There we go. Let's try to join into a call. I'll say join meeting. There we go. This is what we have just built, the header component. So it is working as expected. And it updates the UI immediately. So now that we got the header component, let's try to shrink this. below to the header, we would like to get the problem description. So I'll say problem description. I'll just put just that at the end. This is going to be a card component that I would like to copy and paste. So card header, we will have a book icon coming from Lucid React. We'll have the card title as well as the card content. Let's save and just see what we're going to get. There we go. This is the description. And we would like to have the examples below to it. So I'll just say examples. Maybe we can say problem examples. And then once again, I will copy this. So this has nothing to do with logic. That's why we can just speed up the process a little bit. Okay, so we show the input, output, and then the explanation for each example. Let's try to join. Okay, light bulb is not defined. Light bulb icon, so I'll just import this. Okay, so this is what we see. Later in the video, we'll just add this resizable handle so that we can actually update this UI as well. But so far, the examples are also working as expected. Let's shrink this card. Finally, we will have the constraints. And once again, I will copy this and paste it. Just around 15 lines of code, I believe. Let's get the alert circle icon. And we are mapping through the constraints. And it would look like this. So that's gonna be it for the top section. And just before the scroll area, we can put the scroll bar component as well. Okay, now we can build the code editor panel. And just before to it, I will add a resizable handle component that is coming from the UI folder. And I'll just say width handle so that we can actually update the width or the height, I should say. Okay, so this could be minimum height of 0 and same for the vertical direction. But in this case, it could be minimum 25, I believe. This is how we set that up. And you can always customize this. So with this in mind, let's try to build the code editor component. Okay, so what I'll be doing is to give some props, such as the default size, let's say 60, and the maximum size will be 100%. Then we'll have a div with, let's say, class name, height of full, and maybe relative as well. So inside this, we can show the editor component. Let's say editor, this is gonna be coming from the package that we have just installed. Let me go ahead and get the import. So this is the package that we'll be using, and you can customize this editor however you wish. So you can give this a height. So let's say height is gonna be 100%. You can give this a default language value, which is gonna be coming from our state. You can give the language. You can give it a theme. In this case, I'll be using VS Code dark theme. We can give it a value, on change, where we would like to update the state, and we can add some options. So I'll just paste this and walk you through it. We have minimap, which is enabled or false, so it is disabled. And if you don't know what is a minimap, you can actually press Ctrl-Shift-P and search for a toggle minimap. So this is the preview that you can see. This is what we call the minimap component in VS Code. And in my case, I'll just untoggle this, or I should say I will turn this off. The font size, line numbers, is it on or off, and a bunch of different things, right? So let's try to save. And there we go. This is what we just got. We can update the language. It will change the starter code, and we can select a different question for a different language. It works as expected. And if you right click to it, you can actually show the command palette just like in VS Code. So you can say toggle like line comment, and it would comment this out. Let's do something else. can we just right click to it? So I was going to actually search for mini map, but since we have disabled it, I'll just delete that and come back, say mini map. No, it doesn't work. Okay, so you got the point. You can customize this however you wish. In this case, I will leave it as it is. And I believe that's gonna be it for the code editor component. So there is no logic at all. We just build a nice UI with some states that is updating the UI, with the problems, with examples, and then the language with a starter code. You can extend this by adding more languages, more icons, and more problems, right? All you have to do, visit the constants. Let's say constants. You would add more coding questions into here, as well as some more languages into this array. And you can get some icons, put it into the public folder. And just one more thing. Oops, what is going on? So let's say we have two different users in this call. If I write some code, the other user cannot see it in real time. But that's why we have the screen sharing feature, right? So interviewers and candidates will join into the call and they'll say, hey, candidate, could you please share your screen and try to solve this question live so that we can see your screen? And that's the point. We don't really need to make this to work in real time, but instead share our screen. Okay, so with that, that's gonna be it for this section as well. Now we would like to build the recordings page, where we should be able to fetch all the recordings that we have, play them if we wanted to, copy the link, and see the duration as well as when it has started. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and try to build this page. But first, I will go ahead and create some recordings. So let's join into a meeting and try to create a recording. So this will take a bit of time. Let's wait. Currently it is recording. I'll just wait around 5 seconds. Okay, let's pause this and I'll do once again a different recording this time. Okay, so I don't know why it takes a little bit longer, but there we go. And let's pause this. Okay, so we got two different recordings. And if we visit the recordings page currently, this is what we got. So let's visit this page. And here we would like to call a hook. So I will first mark this with a client directive. Let's say use client. And I don't really care if this is a server component or not, because we'll be using some hooks. And it doesn't really means you should always use the server components. This is not the case. If you need to fetch some data on the server side, you can have this as a server component and fetch the data, pass it into the client component. But in our case, I'll go with a client component, which is completely fine. It is just a preference, I believe. So let's say we're gonna have a hook called useGetCalls. This is gonna give us all the calls that we have. So let's say we're gonna get the calls and maybe a loading state that we will just extract. Then we will filter out these calls, just get the recordings and display it on the UI. But first, let's go ahead and create this hook. So under the source hooks, I believe this is the very last hook that we are creating. So let's shrink the left-hand side and I will walk you through it line by line. So first we're going to get all the imports that we would need later in this component. Then we're going to create the hook and export it. We would like to have some calls to our hooks, such as to get the current user, the stream video client, and have two more states for loading state as well as the calls state. We're going to fetch all the calls and store it in this calls array. Then we'll have a use effect that is going to run whenever the client or user changes. And let's have a function that we can call to fetch the calls. This is going to check if user is authenticated or not. If it is not authenticated, we will return out of this function. Then we will start to fetch, start to send the query, right? So we'll say loading is going to be true. We'll have try, catch, and finally blocks. In the try, we'll like to do some queries. So this is exactly coming from the documentation where we'd like to fetch all the calls and just sort them. So you can check this out from the documentation, but I promise this is working as expected. This syntax is coming from this stream, just once again. Then once you got the calls, we will set the state with it. Then in the catch, we can just handle the error, and finally the loading state will be false. Then we're going to call this function, and now we got all the calls, right? We would like to just filter some stuff out. So first I will get the current date so that we can get the ended calls, upcoming calls, things like that. So first let's get the ended calls. By using today's date, we can just understand which call is ended and which one hasn't, right? So this is going to be taking a callback function, and we're going to destructure the first object where we'll get a state that has starts at and ended at fields. And in this function, we can say this, like we are going to return this statement, and this is going to decide if a call has ended or not. So this would give you all the ended calls, as you can tell. Then we have just one more thing to make sure that this is working as expected. Then we can have the upcoming calls in the same way, and you can read this code, maybe just pause the video, and you can just understand this is checking for the upcoming calls, and this is checking for the ended calls, right? So we say if starts at date is less than now, it means it is ended. But if starts at date is greater than now, that means it is in the future, so it is an upcoming call, I believe, right? Then we'll have the live calls. Finally, we're going to go ahead and just return all these states. Okay, so that's kind of it for this entire hook, which is around 50 lines of code. There is not too much logic, like these are basic stuff that we can do. The only important part, I think, is this one. This might be a bit confusing, but once again, check out the documentation if you really wish. So we're going to go ahead, import this hook, and finally, we can build this recordings page. Once again, remember, this is all the calls that we have in the database. So we're going to have a state to get the recordings specifically. Let's import those. I think this should be coming from like call recording, should be coming from Node SDK. Let me delete this. It should be coming from React, Video React SDK. Because we are in the client side, I believe this should be the case. And then we're going to go ahead and have a use effect. Let's say use effect. Let's say whenever the calls changes, we can run this. I'll just say inside use effect, I will have a function called fetch recordings, which is going to be an async function, and we're going to go ahead and call this at the bottom of the use effect. So we'll say if there is no any calls, don't do anything, just return. But else, we would like to have a try catch block. In the try, we would like to get recordings for each call. I'll just put a comment and get the call data. So from the calls, we are basically getting the recordings. And we would like to flat this recordings, and we're going to pass it into this variable. Finally, we'll say set recordings to the all recordings. In the catch, you can handle it however you wish. I'll just go ahead and say error fetching recordings, and this should be good to go. Okay, so this is the use effect. We just got the recordings and set it into our state. Now we would like to use it in the return statement. And one more thing, I'll just say if it is in the loading state, I would like to return this loader UI that we have created previously. Okay, so now we can go ahead and actually build the UI. We'll have a div, let's say, with class name of container, maximum width of 7x large, mx auto, and then padding of 6. Inside, we'll have this header section that I will copy and paste. So this will tell you the recordings title and then how many recordings available. If it is only one, we'll say recording, but if it is multiple, we'll just add this S suffix at the end. And then below to it, we can say recordings section, or I'll just say grid. And we can just use a scroll area in this case. Let's try to import this from components, and for each recording, we will show a recording card, which is something that we'd like to create. So I'll go ahead, copy this, and maybe for now, we can just say recording, save this, and take a look at the UI. So we got one recording, and second, and then the third one. So I believe we have 3 different recordings. That's why we can see 3 different values, right? Now let's do Ctrl-Z and try to visit the recording card component, which is something that we need to create. So let's say .tsx, shrink the left-hand side, maybe first create it, import it, and try to build it. So this is taking a prop called recording, and we would like to accept it here and make the TypeScript happy. So I will go ahead and get the props. So we'll say we'll have a recording, which is type of call recording coming from Stream Video React SDK. And then in this component, we'll be using a package to format the dates. So I will go ahead, open up my terminal, and I'll say npm install date-fns. So with the help of this package, we can easily format our dates. And in this file, I'll have a function to be able to copy the link to our clipboard. So I will call this function as handle copy a link, where we can show a toast after we copy the text to the clipboard. Okay, so this is the first function that we have. Then we can get the formatted start time. So we'll get this format function from date-fns. So let's say import format. So we just check if start time existed. If so, we're going to format it with this exact specific format. And if start time is not there, we'll just say unknown. And let's get the duration as well. So in the same way, we check for the start time and end time. If it has existed, we're going to go ahead and calculate the recording duration. So this is a function that we will create just in a second. And I think we can just go ahead and create it now. Under the source, we will go ahead and create a function under the utils. So this is the name that we'll have. You can visit the GitHub repo. We will have actually a bunch of different functions. So you can copy that entire file and paste it inside. We'll be using it. So here you can see this is what we had previously with Shadcn, but now we have added some types and a couple of different functions. We'll be using all of them later in the video. Currently, we're using this one to calculate recording duration. This is around 10 lines of code where we get the start time, end time, and return some output, right? Okay, let's save and go back to this file. And we should be able to get the duration at this point. Now let's try to build the UI. So I will have a card component and just try to import it with some classes, just like this, and close this off. Inside the card, we will have the card header with the related details. So let's import everything. Let's get the calendar icon from Lucid React and then the clock icon as well. So we show the start time, the duration, and after the card header, we can show the card content. And I think I can add a comment here. Let's say card header. And for the card content, once again, I will copy this, paste this inside, and let's try to import everything. So this is only UI related. I hope you guys don't mind it that we copy and paste. So we are basically saving ourselves 10 minutes in this component. Okay, let's get the play icon and copy icon as well. Oops, don't we have it? Okay, let's import it with the size of 4 When we click to it, it will call this function, and when we say play recording, it's going to take us to a new page with this blank prop, right? It's going to open up the URL of the recording. Okay, so let's save and see the output. We got 3 different recordings, and one of them is 21 seconds, 9 seconds, and 5 seconds. So we can copy the link, which would show us a nice toast. We can visit that. Let's just visit the very last one that we have done. Okay. So this is what we got previously, I think. Okay, so we can hear the voice as well. As you can hear, so it is working as expected. And that's gonna be it for the recordings page as well. Hopefully, I'll see you in the next section. Now it is time to build the schedule page, where we'll see all the interviews that we have, either that is completed, it is live, or it is upcoming, right? And then when we click to this button, we should be able to see a model where we can give the details and schedule an interview. So we're going to give the title, description, who is the candidate, and who are going to be the interviewers. So this can be only one, but this could be multiple. So currently this user is selected, and if this user wants to, it can add more interviewers into the call, right? So they can select this one and it would be listed here. Then we'll select a date as well as a time, and at the bottom there is a button to submit this or cancel it, right? Okay, so with this in mind, let's go ahead and try to build this UI. So I'll visit VS Code, where we have this schedule page, and I will first kill the left hand side and mark this with use client, because we'll do some client side stuff. So we're going to get the router from use router hook from Next navigation. Then we'll say we would like to get the use user role hook. So from here we can get 2 different values. Is interviewer, actually 3 different ones, but we're going to get the loading state as well as this if user is interviewer or not. So I will say if we are in the loading state, we can return a not a p tag, but this loader component that we have built. And then if we are not interviewer, so let's say if not is interviewer, in this case we can take the user to the homepage. So I'll say router.push to the homepage. And I think previously we also used something like loading 3 dots in the homepage. So instead of having this, we can use this component. Loader UI it should be. Okay. Now let's go back to the schedule page. So now that we have protected this page, we can return the actual UI. So instead of putting everything here, I will create a component. I'll say interview schedule UI. So basically here we checked for the access, if user can access this page or not. If not, we will take them to the homepage, but else they can see this component, this UI. And this is something that will create under the source, under the components. So if you really wanted to, you can put this component into the schedule page as well. So this is what I'll be doing actually. Let's say .tsx. This is the component that we'll be using only in this page. So that's why I'll go ahead and say rfce, save this and try to import it here on this file. Okay. So now let's try to build this component. This is going to be a long one, but we can go step by step. So first I will get the stream video client. So this is something that we have done multiple times at this point, and we would like to get the current user by using this hook coming from Clerk. Then we would like to have this state to check if the dialog is open or not. So it is going to be this dialog. When we click to this button, it would open and we can close it. Okay, then we're going to have one loading state called is creating. When we are creating the call, when we are creating the interview, we will have a loading state for a second. Then we can go ahead and get all the interviews to be able to display it in this page. So I'll say interviews, and I'll say use query coming from Convex. We'll say API dot interviews dot get all interviews. Since we are the admin, since we are in the admin page, we can go ahead and actually fetch all of them, right? This schedule page is only related to admins. And then we'll like to get all the users. So I'll just say const users use query. Just like this, we can go under the API, under the users, and get the users. Then I would like to get a mutation, which is to create an interview. So this is something that we have done previously, right? That was the mutation. And you can see these are all the mutations and queries that we have created under the interviews. And we would like to get the create interview mutation. Then I would like to fetch all the candidates. So let me just paste this in. We will say const candidates, and from the users, we will basically filter out the ones that has the role of candidate. And we can do the same thing for the interviewers. So this word is really hard to pronounce, but I'm trying to do my best. Then we would like to have some form data, right? This is some form data. We need to keep it in this state. And for this, we will go ahead and create a use state where we'll have this object. So we have the title, description, the date. We can update this. Time by default is going to be 9 a.m. And then we have the candidate ID as well as the interviewer's IDs, right? So this could be multiple ones. So we're going to hold it in an array. And by default, this is including the current user's ID. Then we would like to have a function to be able to schedule the meeting. So before we build this UI, let's handle all the functions and the states that we would need so that we can build the UI pretty quickly and easily. I'll just say, how do we type this? Schedule meeting, async function, where we'll do a bunch of different things. So first I will add my if guards. I'll say if there is no client or if user is not authenticated, return out of this call, don't do anything. And we'll say if form data doesn't include any candidate ID or interviewer IDs, then we can show a toast and then return out of this function. But else we can start to creating it, right? So we'll just set our state to be true. Then we'll have the try, catch, and then maybe a finally block. And in the finally block, as you can imagine, the loading state will be equal to false. And then in the try, we can get the form data and destructure everything that you can see. And we would like to get the hours and minutes. So we'll say time.split. This is going to give us two different values. The first one will be the hour, and then the other one will be the minutes. Then we can declare the meeting date, where we'll create a new date with this date coming from the form data. And we can set the hours, just like that. We would like to get a random ID from this crypto.random UUID call. This is something that we have done previously, and we're going to create a default call and giving it a random ID. Then we can call our method. Once again, this is something that we have done previously. So call.get or create with our data, which is the start date, as well as some custom data that we can add, such as description and additional details. We can go ahead create the interview in the database by calling our mutation. So this is what we have just declared above. This is our mutation coming from Convex, and it expects you to put the title, description, start time, status. By default, this is going to be upcoming because we are trying to schedule a meeting, right? So it cannot be completed or live. It will be probably a couple of days later, right? So status is upcoming. Then the stream call ID, candidate ID, and interviewer IDs. Once we have done this, we can set open state to be false so that the model is closed, and we'll show a toast. Let's say meeting scheduled successfully, and then we can reset the form data. Okay. So that's gonna be it for the try block. Now in the catch, we can console log the error and maybe show a toast to let the user something failed. And That's entire thing is gonna be it for the schedule meeting function that we'll be using. So almost 60 lines of code, and it's not that much actually when you take a look at it. We have some validations, and we are extracting some data, preparing it so that we can create a call in the stream dashboard as well as in our database, so that we can keep track of the state, who is the candidate, who is the interviewer, etc. Then I would like to have two different functions that are going to be needed to be able to select a candidate and to add an interviewer. So if we add this interviewer, we should be able to delete that as well, right? So we'll have two different functions to be able to make this work. So the first one is to add an interviewer to our state. Basically, we will keep the previous state and then add this new one to the very end. Then in the other function, which is to remove an interviewer from the state, we're going to keep all the previous ones and we're going to filter out the current one that we are trying to delete. So we have just copied and pasted 100 lines of code. I hope you don't mind it. This is nothing than basic React. So I think I would like to save time rather than spending it by typing these out. So if we were to type this out, I believe this should be taking at least 10 minutes up until now. So we're going to say selected interviewers. We would like to grab those values, right? And now here this says it could be possibly undefined. And we can go ahead actually fix this. We will say if this is the case, maybe we can just have an empty array. And we can do the same thing, I believe, for this one. Now we should be able to get rid of that error. Then we would like to find the available interviewers. I will go ahead and paste this. And that's gonna be it for everything that we would need before the return statement. Okay, so let's say return a div with some classes. Let's say container, maximum width of 7x large, center this with mx auto, padding of 6, space y of 8, it should be. Inside I'll have one more div with, let's say, class name of flex, items centered, and justify between. Then inside this div, we will have one more div. Let me just put a comment. I'll say header info, and I'll say a div where we'll have one p tag as well as an h1. So interviews, and then this p tag that you can see on the UI. So we have just built this part. Now we're gonna build this button, which is to actually open up the dialog. Okay, so after this div, I'll just say dialog component, and we can say dialog. Let's try to import it from the components, and this is gonna take two different states, or props I should say, the open prop as well as on open change. This is gonna call the setter function. Then we'd like to have the trigger, which is gonna be this button, that green button that you have seen in the image. After the trigger, we can have the dialog content. So let's say dialog content, import this, and this will be taking some classes that I'll just basically copy and paste. There we go. We are making this to be responsive, and inside we'll have a dialog header component with the title itself. Okay, let's save to get this formatting. Then after the header component, we'll have a div, let's say class name of space y of 4, and then padding y of 4 as well. Inside of this, we can just get the interview title state. So we are basically trying to build this part, and we're gonna go one by one. Okay, so you can find this comment, and below to it, there will be a div that you can copy and paste. So 5 lines of code. We have a label as well as an input with an placeholder, and then the value as well as the onChange method. So after this div, we're gonna go ahead and create one more comment. Let's say inner view description. Once again, you can find it, copy it, and paste it. We're just going to have a text area component, and looks like we don't have this. So let's open up our terminal and try to install it from Shadcn. I'll say npx Shadcn at latest, add a text area component. Okay, so now we can import this one as well. So after the description, we're gonna have the candidate, which is going to be a select element. Okay, so you can copy this, paste this down, and let's try to import the select trigger component, the content, as well as the value, and finally the item. And then the user info icon, it should be. Great, user info. Okay, so this is actually gonna be a component because we'll be using it a couple of different times. So this is the user info component, I believe. Let's try to create it under the components. Okay, for now, let's leave it like this and we will import it. Okay. Now here it says, okay, so I think this is complaining because we didn't set the type here. We'll handle this. But after this candidate, we would like to add the interviewers. And I will go ahead, maybe grab this one as well, which is a little bit more longer, but let's see. So we have this X icon. Let's try to import it from Lucid React. We have the user info component once again. And other than this, we are basically trying to render the selected interviewers with this markup. So we have a bunch of different classes as well as a button to be able to delete it from the state that will call the remove interviewer function. But other than this, we are showing the user info component. And then if there is any more available interviewers, we would like to render it as well. So I know this might look a little bit complicated, but we'll just see it in a second. Okay, so if there are more interviewers that we can add, we can display it right here. So actually, I'll go ahead and build this component, then we can try to see the UI. So this component will be, let's say, first this is gonna take a prop called user, and let's say this user will be type of user. But how can we get the user type that is coming from Convex? Well, basically we can say type user and call this document where we can pass the table name. So from the users, now you can see this user has all the fields that a user has in our database, such as the underscore ID and creation time. These are the ones that will be created by Convex by default, but these are the ones that we have in our schema, right? So let's actually double check this. So we have the name, email, image, role, and clerk ID. And this is exactly what you can see when you hover over this. Okay, so that's going to be the user type. And in the return statement, we can show a div with an avatar image component. So let's say this avatar should be coming from components. Okay, so why? Maybe we don't have the avatar component. Let's see. I thought we have it, but looks like we don't. So let's go ahead and get this. We'll say add avatar component. Okay, now that we have it, this should stop complaining and we'll get the user circle icon. So that's the user info component. Let's try to see the output that we have. Okay, so for some reason we can see the dialog on the right hand side. I will refresh. Okay, so this does not look right. We need to fix this. So I have paused the video and just debugged this a little bit, and I have realized instead of getting this from the components, I am getting it from the Redux UI. So that's why it is crashing. I will go ahead and delete this complete line and instead have this dialog component or dialog content coming from the components folder. So let's save and test this out. Now it is working as expected. We can see the title, description, candidate, right? We can select it and we can see the inner viewers. In our database, we only have one inner viewer, right? So let's try to make this an inner viewer as well. So let's see what we're gonna get. Okay, now as you can tell, we have more inner viewers that we can select, and if we want to remove them, we can remove it. So that's what I meant when we built that function. But now I'll go ahead and make this user to be a candidate. Okay, so this is how that look, right? Maybe we have a little bit more space here that could be fixed when we add the calendar as well as the time component. So let's go ahead and try to build the rest of this component. So I will head over to the VS Code and let's scroll to the very bottom where we had, let's just shrink everything. We had the inner viewers at the very bottom. Below to it, I will have the date as well as the time. So here I will have a div first with some classes such as flex and gap04, and then I would like to say the calendar component. So here once again we'll have a div, let's say class name space y of 2, and then I will say we'll have a label component. And maybe I can just copy and paste it instead of typing this out. I can walk you through it. Okay, so we have a label that says date, and we'll be using the calendar component. And these are the props that are coming from the documentation. So let's go ahead and actually double check this. I will say calendar. Okay, so this is the component that we would like to import into our code. So where we can have this single date, right? And these are the props that are coming from the docs, as you can tell. Let's go ahead and copy this and paste it into our terminal. So I'll go ahead and paste this in. Okay, so for some reason this crashes. Let's see why this is the case. So I have paused the video and debugged this a little bit, and I have found the solution. So first you need to type this out where you would like to uninstall the datefns. So just type npm uninstall datefns, and then you would like to paste this previous command that we had. And it'll ask you if you want to overwrite the button component, and you can just say yes or no, it doesn't really matter because we didn't change this component at all. Then it should be good to go. It will go ahead and get the calendar for you. So the primary reason for this, I think the datefns version that Shadcn uses did not work with the one that we have. So that's why we had to uninstall the current one and then just install it with the calendar component that is coming from Shadcn. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Let's go ahead and import the calendar coming from components UI folder, right? And let's save this and take a look at the UI. So it says exports is not defined. Let's refresh. What does that mean? So is before. I will go ahead, open up my terminal and maybe try to kill this and rerun this. Maybe this should fix it. Let's refresh. Okay, there we go. Everything is working as expected. We can see our calendar where we can select a date. Now, next to it, we'd like to have some time slots. Let's go ahead below to the calendar component, below to this very first div. We'd like to have the, let's say, time, right? And then I will have a div once again with the same classes, space y of 2, and I can get a label that says time, and we'll be using a select component. And this select component will be using the time slots that we have in our constants. So let's save and take a look at the UI. This is how that look, and we can select a time as well. Okay, and then after the select, after the first div, after the second one, we would like to add the action buttons. So I will go ahead, copy this, and then paste this inside. So we have the action buttons with a loader to icon, if we are creating, this is what we're going to see, but else we'll see this text inside the button. And when we submit this button or when we click to it, we will call this function. Okay, so this is how that look. Let's go ahead and create our very first interview. So let's say for the title, let's say coding problem. And for the description, let's say meeting and coding. We can select a candidate. Interviewer is us, and time slot, let's say it will be next week today. Okay, let's say schedule the interview. We have a loading state, and there we go, meeting scheduled successfully. Just in a couple of minutes, we're going to actually fetch them and display it here on the UI. But let's take a look at the database. We should have an interview. There we go. This is the description that we just had. The title, it should be at the very end. There we go. And the status is upcoming. Okay, so that means everything is working as expected. Next, we can build the meeting card component that is going to look like this, where we can see the status of each meeting with the details. So this is where we left. We have built a dialog component in this interview schedule UI.tsx file. Now after this dialog and after this div, we would like to render out our meeting cards. So I'll go ahead and add a comment, which is going to have our loading state as well as the meeting cards. Now let's say we'll have some conditional rendering. So we'll just say if interviews is undefined, in this case, we would like to return something, but in the else case, we would like to return something else. So here we'll have some loader component. So I will go ahead, copy this, paste it. We have a div with a loader to icon coming from Lucid React. And in the else case, we'll just check for something. Let's say if interviews.length is greater than 0, we would like to return this part, but else we would like to return this part. So here we can basically map through the interviews. Let's go here. I'll just say I would like to have a div with some classes such as, let's say, space y of 4. Then I'll have one more div, let's say class name, grid, gap of 6, and then medium screens and above, the grid columns will be 2, larger screens and above, grid calls of 3, let's say. Then here we would like to basically render out all of our interviews in a meeting card. So I'll say interviews.map, and we would like to show, you can call this as interview card as well, but I think I'll just go with a general name. I'll just say meeting card. This is going to take the key as well as, let's say, the interview. We're going to create this in a second, and this should be underscore ID because this is how Convex stores it. Okay, so after this, let's go ahead, add the else case. Basically, we'll just have a div that says no interviews scheduled or no interviews found. I would like to give some classes such as text of centered, padding y of 12, and text muted foreground color. Okay, let's go ahead and create this component under the components. Let's try to import it, and we have some TypeScript errors. Let's go ahead and fix it. So I'll close these and let's try to build this component. So first things first, we would like to get the prop, which is the interview, and let's say this is the type interview, which is the type of interview, right? But how can we get this interview type? Well, just like previously, we can say type interview, and we're going to use the document coming from Convex, and we'll put the table name, which is the interviews. And now we can see the interview type that we just have. Then here we'll go ahead and use an action, or I should say we're going to be using a custom hook, which is going to be this useMeetingActions. And this is going to give us some values, and we would like to get the join meeting function, right? So I'll save, get this formatting, and we'd like to grab the status of the meeting. So I'll just say get meeting status. This is a function that we have under the utils file. So let's just see which one is it. Okay, it is this one. We pass the interview and it returns us the status. Is it completed? Is it upcoming? Is it live? Or yeah, is it completed? So okay, with that in mind, let's try to call this pass the interview as an argument. Then I'll just get the formatted date. Not data, but it should be date. We're going to call the format function coming from datefns. So for some reason, I cannot get the auto suggestion. So let's say format coming from datefns. And we're going to pass the new date inside. And I think I can copy this and paste it. Okay, so we are formatting the start time with this format. And in the return statement, we're going to return a card. So let's say we'll have a card just like this. Inside, we're going to have a card header component. And this card header will take the class name of space y of 2. And inside, we'll have a div with class name of flex, item centered, and justify between. Then inside this, we'll have one more div where we'll just basically put the formatted date as well as an icon. So it's gonna look like this. Let me just save. So this is what we have so far. After this div, we would like to have a badge component, which is gonna be coming from Shadcn UI. So let's double check this. So this is a badge component that you can have by installing it. So I'll just clear up my terminal and paste this in. There we go, we just got that component and we can import it coming from the UI folder, and this is going to take a variant. So let's say variant, which is going to be dynamic. So we'll say if status, let me give it space. We'll say if status is equal to live, then this is going to be default variant, and this should be string, just like this, default. And in the else case, we'll say if status is equal to upcoming, then it will be secondary. And in the else case, we can go with the outline. Okay, so we just make this variant to be dynamic. And in the same way, we'll change the text. It will be dynamic. So we'll just say if status is equal to live, we're going to get live now. And in the else case, we'll say if status is equal to upcoming, we would like to see upcoming text. And in the else case, that means it has been completed. So this is exactly what we would like to have for a badge. After the badge, after this div, we would like to have a card title component. Okay, so here I'll just put the interview title. And that's it. Finally, we'll put the interview description. So I can say card description. Import it, and this is going to take the class name of, let's say, line clamp of 2. And for the text, we'll say interview.description. Okay, let's save. But now this description could be undefined, right? Because this is an optional field. So we can wrap this with curly braces, and we'll say if interview.description, only then actually display this card description component. And after this card header, let's go outside. We'd like to have a card content component. I can type. Okay, there we go. This is gonna take the button. Let me just copy it and paste it. We'll say if status is equal to live, we should be able to join into the meeting. And if status is upcoming, we'll see a different button, which is disabled. So you cannot join, you just had to wait. Okay, so this is everything that we would need for the meeting card as well as this part that we have just built. Let's save and test this out. So that was the inner view that we have created a couple of seconds ago, or maybe in the previous section, right? It is in the upcoming state. Let's create one for right now. I'll say schedule interview. Let's say test description. Candidate is going to be this user. Let's just add it right now. And we don't have the current time, which is almost 1 a.m. Let's try to add it into the time slots under the constants. So I'll just add the midnight as an option here. Okay, let's select it and just say schedule the interview. There we go, it is live. We can join into it. Let's click to it. And I will go ahead, select this one. Okay, let's say allow while visiting site, or maybe just this time. And we can do the same thing for the camera, but I have disabled it. So we can go ahead. Everything is working as expected. We can change the speakers, microphone, and the camera. Let's join. Okay, so everything is working as expected. And now we can see this button because the inner view is in the database, right? It is this one that is live. Status is upcoming, but if we end this now, it should be completed, as you can tell. So everything is working as expected so far. And also, if we visit the scheduled page, we should be able to see that this has been completed, because this is the state that we have in the database. We just ended that call. Now it is completed. So with that, I think that's going to be it for the schedule page as well. This is what we have built. The entire model is working, and we can join into the meetings if it is live. And now as the next step, we can build the dashboard page, which is going to be our very last page. So this is the dashboard page that we would like to build. So we're going to have a link that is going to take us to the schedule page, and we're going to have our interviews with groups, right? So here we have upcoming interviews, completed ones, succeeded, as well as the failed ones. And if it is completed, we can either mark this with pass or failed, and we can add comments. So when we click to this button, we're going to see this kind of a model where we can add a rating from 1 to 5 and add a comment, submit that. And that comment in real time would be added into this previous comments section. So every admin can see it, or every interviewer can see it. So let's try to build this UI, and later in the video, we're going to build this model. Okay, so let's go ahead and visit the dashboard page. First, I will delete this time slot that was just for testing purposes that I have added. Let's delete it and close everything. We'll go under the source, under the app. We have this admin dashboard page. Let's shrink the left-hand side and try to build this file. So once again, this is going to be a client component. I'll be using some hooks in this file. First things first, we would like to get all the users with a query. Let's import the API as well as use query. We are going under the users table and call this query that we have built. Then we'll get all the interviews, right? As well as a mutation that is going to allow us to update the interview status. So this is something that we have built really early in the video, right? This will basically update the status, and if it is completed, it'll add the end time to the document. Let's import the use mutation. Then I would like to have a function to handle this update status. So let me show you the demo application. When you click to this button or this one, we will be calling this handle status update. Either it is failed or succeeded, and we're going to pass the interview ID. Let's import this ID from the Convex. So we basically say this interview ID will be type of interview ID. And we can call our mutation with the arguments. Then we can call this toast, either with a success message or with an error message. Then I'll say if we don't have interviews, or users, we can show the loader UI. And what we'd like to do is basically group all the interviews. So we're gonna have upcoming interviews here on this section. In this example, there is only one, but we would like to display all of them if we have more than once, right? So it should look like this. We're gonna group every single one of them into their own category. And for this, we have a function in the utils file that I have provided early in the video. So let's try to use this by passing the interviews into it. So I'll go ahead and paste this in, import this function. This is gonna give us the interviews in a grouped way, right? Then we can build the return statement. I'll just delete everything, have a div with class name of container, let's say mx auto, so that it's being centered, heading y of 10. Then I would like to have one more div that is going to hold the link so that we can take the user to the schedule page. So this is going to be coming from next link, as well as the button that is coming from components folder. Let's add some classes here. I'll say class name, flex. It should be items centered. Let's say item centered, and then margin bottom of 8. Okay, so this is the very first thing that we would like to add. Now we'll go ahead after this div, add one more div with one class name called space y of 8. Then inside, I would like to basically get the interview category, which is a constant that we have once again. So we have the upcoming category with a title and then the variant. This is going to be used for styling. So if you can see, this is type of outline, I believe. So outline, secondary, default, and destructive. So it is going in this order, as you can tell. This is the destructive one, so that we can understand that this is in the failed category. Okay, so let's just speed up a little bit. We'll say interview category dot map, where we'll get each category just like this. And for each category, I would like to add a check. I'll say grouped interviews category dot ID if, let's say, this is existed, and if it has some length. So if it is greater than 0, we would like to return a section component, which is going to take the key, let's say category.id. Then we can go ahead and actually build the UI. So I'll say category title, and we can grab this div, which is going to have the h2 with a badge. So we are displaying the category title as well as the number of interviews that is in this category. So what I mean, here we have just built this component, right? The number of interviews that we have in this category. Okay, so after the category title, but still inside the section, I will create a div with some classes. Let's say grid columns of 1, medium screens and above, grid columns of 2, and then finally larger screens and above, grid columns of 3, right? So we had 2, like 1, 2, 3. And then we'll just say gap of 4. Inside this div, once again, we'll just try to map through something, which is gonna be grouped interviews dot, actually let's get the ID in this way, category.id, and we'll say dot map, grab each interview, which is gonna be type of interview, just like this. We would like to return something. And I think we should wrap it like this so that it's happy with us. So we can create this interview type once again. So this is something that we have done multiple times. Okay, so in the return statement, we will have not just these brackets. This is going to be a function body so that we can calculate something. So I'll just say const candidate info, And we have a function for this, get candidate info. We're going to pass the users as well as the interview dot candidate ID. Then we'll have the start time. So I'll just say new date and pass the interview dot start time. Finally, we'll have our return statement, which is going to be our UI. So let's have a card component and import it from the components UI, and let's have the class name of hover state of shadow MD, and we can add transition all. Okay, so in this card, we would like to have a couple of different fields, such as candidate info. We would like to have date and time. Then we would like to have the pass and fail buttons. So these are going to be our actions. And let's try to build them one by one. I will go ahead, paste this in. We have a card header that is containing the avatar of the user. Let's get the avatar image, as well as a fallback, and the card title. So here I think I have a typo. This should be candidate. Okay, so it should be like this. There we go. So that's gonna be it for the candidate info. After this card header, we can build the date and time. I'll give a little bit space and just grab this code from GitHub. Once again, this is UI related. I'll just paste this in. We have the calendar icon coming from Lucid React. We have the format. This should be coming from datefns. For some reason, I cannot see it. So let's get this icon and try to import this format function. So say import. Okay, so this should be happy with us. We will get the start time as well as, so why do we have start time twice? Okay, so one of them is for the like one is for the day and the other one for the hour. And below to the card content, we will have our actions. So I would like to grab this once again for very last time from the GitHub repo, where we'll have a card footer component, check circle to icon, as well as X circle icon. Okay, we have comment dialog component. For now, comment is out. We'll be building this in the next section. But so far we have our actions. So if we click to the pass button, we will call the handle status update function with the succeeded state. In the fail case, we'll just say failed. Let's try to test this out. Hopefully it should be working out as expected. Okay, so this interview has been completed, right? This is what we have in the database. I'll go ahead and just say pass. Interview marked as succeeded. Now it is in the succeeded state. And there we can see this is what we got. I'll go ahead and just once again say completed so that we can try to fail it. I'll refresh. Okay, so we are in the completed state and I'll just say fail. It is in the failed state and database should be updated. Okay, so with this, everything is working as expected. We can format the date and the time and have our actions working. If we click to this button, this is going to take us to the schedule page where we can schedule an interview. Okay, so I hope you guys don't mind it that I copy and paste some code that is only related to UI. Otherwise, this tutorial would be more than 10 hours. Okay, so with this, in the next section, we're going to build this component called comment dialog. So I'll just save this file and I'll see you in the next section. And now we are going to build the comment dialog component, which is going to look like this. We can see all the previous comments about this interview, and we can select a rating and add our comment with the submit button. And when we click to this select element, we're going to see a couple of different options, starting from the 1-star option to the 5. And let's try to see how we can build this component. So basically, when we click to this button, this dialog should open, right? So I'll go ahead and uncomment this, open up my left-hand side. Under the components, I'll just say comment dialog.tsx. Let's try to import it and just go ahead and try to build it. So first things first, we'll get the inner view ID as the argument. So we can say inner view ID, but instead of type of string, we can just say this is gonna be a convex ID, and specifically the comment ID, right? I mean the inner view ID, my bad. This is an inner view ID, so we go ahead and get this specific type. Then we'd like to have a couple of different states, such as to check if dialog is open or not. By default, this is gonna be false, and the comment state that we're gonna keep track of, and then the default rating. We're gonna start with 3 and user can change it. So I will get a couple of different mutations and queries. So we're gonna have one mutation that is going to allow us to add a comment, and we can get the all the users, which is gonna be a query, and then we can get all the existing comments. So once again, this is a query that we have built. Let's go ahead and see the definition. Okay, get all comments for an inner view. We are just fetching those. Now, when we submit this form, we would like to have a function. Let's say const handle submit, which is going to be an async function. And we'll have a couple of different checks. So first, I'll say if comment is not defined, right? We'll just show a toast that's going to say, please enter a comment. Then we can have a try catch block. So this is really basic. So I'll go ahead and paste it. We'll just have a try block where we'd like to add a comment. We are calling our mutation. Then we'll have a success toast and just reset our form. And in the catch, we'll show an error toast. And then I will have a helper function that is going to allow me to render stars. So if it is, let's say we say render 3 stars that is filled in, it would give us this output, and then it would put 2 more stars at the very bottom or at the very end, but this will not be filled in. So let's just see what I mean. This is going to be a function called render stars, and it's going to be around 10 lines of code. So basically, we're going to map through 5 times, and if the star value is equal to the rating, the class name will be filled, but else it is not going to be filled. So this is what we're trying to build. And we're going to call this function in a couple of minutes. And let's say if existing comments is equal to undefined, that means we are in the loading state, we can just return null, or we can return a loader UI, and we can even add or field to just say if users is undefined, just return null. So basically this is our loading state. Then we can go ahead and build the return statement. So since this is gonna be a dialog, we can just wrap our entire application with it and make sure you import it from the UI folder. There we go. We'll have a couple of different props such as open, that's gonna be equal to is open. And then we will have, let's say, on open change. This is gonna be equal to our setter function. Then we'd like to have our trigger. So I'll just say trigger button. You can find this comment from the source code and copy it, paste it. There we go. Let's try to import them from the UI folder. Okay, so this is the button that says add comment. Then we can put the dialog, say, content component. That is going to take some classes. Let me just go ahead, grab it. And then we'll have the header component with the title. Okay, below to the header, we'll have a div with some classes. Let's say space y of 6. And then we'll have, let's say, a check that's going to say existing comments dot length. If it is greater than 0, then we would like to render this right hand side, which is basically going to be our UI. So I'll have a div at the very top. This is going to be, let's say, class name space y of 4. This is our parent component. Then we would like to just show the numbers. So I'll just say show us a badge, and this is going to give you the length. So it will say like 5 comments, right? Let's save to get this formatting. After this div, we would like to put the actual existing comments. So I'll just say display existing comments, which is going to be inside a scroll area. So I will go ahead and grab the code, which is around 20 lines of code. Okay, so let's go ahead and get the scroll area, and this is a function that we already have, get inner view info. This will grab you the inner viewer info. Let's say give us the avatar, give us the image, as well as the fallback. And we have a format function. This is going to be coming from datefns. So I'll just say import format from datefns. There we go. So let's actually save it and try to see the output. Basically, we have the rating, the comment content, as well as the inner viewer info, I should say. So let's click to this one. Currently, we cannot see anything because in our database, we don't really have any comments. So let's just keep continue to building, which is going to be this REST component. Okay, so after the scroll area, I will say that maybe just go above here, below. Okay, so below to this curly braces, we would like to have a div that's going to have class name of space y of 4, and we would like to put the rating component here. I will just go ahead and grab it as well. This is going to be a select component. Let's paste this in. So we have space y of 2 as the class name. We'll get the label from the components, and I believe we don't have the label component installed, right? Let's double check. Under the UI, we don't have a label. So let's go ahead and install it in a new terminal. I'll say npx shadcn at latest add label. Okay, now we can install it. Import it from the UI folder. Let's get a select trigger component, value, content, and item. Okay, so basically 5 times we would like to render stars, and it is going to look like this. So this is our first time rendering 5 stars. This is our second time all the way up to 5. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the rating part as well. We would like to put the comment section as well. This is gonna be a text area component. Let's say div with class name of space y of 2. We can put our label component that says your comment, and we'll have the text area component, which is something that we have already used and imported. This is going to take the value. Let me just go ahead and grab all of them. We'll have an onChange function. This is going to update the state, placeholder, and then a class name. Okay, so let's save after the comment. So we'll basically go all the way down to here, just above the dialog content. We'd like to put our buttons. This is going to be inside a dialog footer component. Okay, so let's just try to see the UI. If I click to this is what I can see. We don't really have any existing comments. So I'll just go ahead and say 5 stars. He knows what he is doing. Let's hire him. Submit this. Comment submitted successfully, and we can see the previous comments, right? So that means everything is working as expected. And in this inner view, let's just put 1. He tried to cheat in his inner view. let's say ban him from everywhere. Okay, so everything is working as expected with the ratings, with the comments, and we are able to fetch those as well. And with that, I think that's gonna be it for the comment dialog component as well. We have two different queries and we have one mutation. And other than this code is completely easy to understand. Maybe this function looks a little bit weird at first, but we are basically trying to render 5 different stars that is either filled or not filled. Okay, so with that, that's gonna be it for this component as well. So we have built the entire application. Now it is time to deploy it. I will go ahead, open up my terminal, and let's kill actually all of them. And let's create one from scratch. First, we'd like to build our application locally to check if we have any build errors. If we don't have it, we can go ahead and deploy this to the GitHub, and then from there we will deploy with the help of Vercel. Now, while this is trying to create a production build, we can go ahead and try to create a new repo. So for the name, I'll give something like remote inner view platform. You can call this anything that you wish. While you're watching this video, this is going to be public. But for now, until I publish this video, this is going to be in the private mode. Okay, so if you want to, you can go with the public already. And I will say create a repository. We're going to copy this to be able to push our code to this exact repo. And it looks like we don't really have any errors, right? Everything is working as expected. I will clear up my terminal and you can just take a look at it, which files are dynamic, which ones are not. I will paste this in. Okay, so let's refresh. Looks like our code has been pushed. Okay. And I think I forgot to add my changes, right? So I'll go ahead and just say git add all, git commit -m, let's say project completed, and I'll say git push. There we go. And just make sure this .env file is not been pushed, and we have already double checked this by adding this .env local, or they already have it actually. So this .env file will be ignored. But now let's refresh this page. We should be able to see the latest commit, which was just now, that is project completed. Now we're going to go ahead and visit our Vercel account to be able to deploy this application. So I am in my Vercel dashboard. I will say import this repository. And before we say deploy, let's go ahead, open up the environment variables that I will grab from the .env file. Let me just delete all these empty spaces as well as the comments. And I will copy everything that we have and try to paste it to here. There we go. We got the Clerk publishable key, the secret key, Convex keys, as well as the stream keys. So we can just say deploy this now. So this is gonna take a bit of time. Once this is done, I'll just be right back. So there we go. It has been deployed. It takes around 1.5 minute. And now we can just continue to the dashboard. I will say just visit this domain. Alright, so now we should be able to sign up. So we are the admin with this account. I'll go ahead and schedule a new meeting. Let's say testing in production. We can leave the description, but I'll just say test in prod. You can select a candidate. Let's say it is just going to be now, which is 8:35 in the morning. So we don't have that option. So, okay, let's just go with at 9. So this is going to be an upcoming interview. Let's say schedule the interview. You can see it, that is upcoming. Let's try to join into a meeting that is going to be instant. So let's give the access to the camera as well as the microphone. So we can see it here, it is working. We can turn this off or turn this on. We have these settings for the microphone, speakers, as well as the camera. In my case, I just have only one camera that is built into my machine. Then we have 3 different microphones and 2 different speakers. So I'll go ahead and try to join to the meeting. Okay. So now we can share this link with anyone that they can join if they are authenticated. So let's try to select a language and we can write our code basically. Let's say print hello world. Now obviously we don't have the run button, but we don't really need it because when we share our screen with the inner viewer, they can tell us if our code is correct or not, right? So since this is an inner view platform, we don't really need a submit button. And we can update the code. Everything is working as expected. We can add a reaction. Now let me actually go ahead and try to sign up with a different account and then visit this meeting. So I'll just pause the video and log in, then come back to this one. So now I am in a different Chrome account, as you can tell. I'll try to sign up or I'll just log in. This is an account that I already had. Now this is the candidate view. I think we forgot to add the candidate view. Okay, so I have just realized we are missing a section. How can I forget this? But basically we'll fix it in a second. First, let's try to copy this URL and paste it into here. We should be able to join. I'll just allow the access, but not from my phone. Let's say this machine, and let me mute this so that it doesn't echo. Let's say allow this time. Oops. Okay, let's say join into the meeting. Now these are the 2 different users. This is the current browser and this is the other one that we had. Let's try to add a reaction from here. The other user should be able to see it as well. They can share the screen. I will go ahead and select, let's say, the VS Code. The other user should be able to see it. They can go ahead and say pin for everyone, enter into the full screen. Right? It is just working as expected. And they can even say disable the video, disable the screen sharing. You can customize this however you wish. Let's just say stop screen sharing. Okay, now we have something left, which is going to be this candidate view. Let's go ahead and try to build it. So first, let's go ahead and save this file because we have deleted all these spaces. Now we would like to visit the homepage where we'd like to build this candidate view. This is going to be pretty simple, but let's try to make this work. So I'll go ahead and delete this, or maybe not the entire div. I'll just delete the text. Here we would like to have an h1 as well as a p tag. This is going to be in the candidate view. Then we would like to have one more div. So let's save. After this, I'll have a div with class name, margin top of 8. Then inside we would like to basically map through our inner views. I'll say inner views dot, or maybe let's just check if it is undefined. We can show some kind of a loader UI. I'll say if this is the case, return this part, but else return this part. Here we would like to have a div with a loader2 icon. So just like this, let's get the loader2 icon that has the size of 8, animate spin, and text muted foreground. Here we would like to check something different. I'll say innerViews.length is greater than 0. Then we would like to render this part, else we would like to render this part. So let's just say if this is the case, else render this part. And here we would like to basically get all of our inner views and show a meeting card component that we have created already. Then at the very end, that means we don't really have any inner views. We can show this not found UI. And to be able to test this out, first we should visit and test this out locally, right? So let's say npx convex dev as well. Our application should be live on localhost. So let's go ahead, visit the localhost 3000. Let's refresh. Okay, so this is the admin view. Let me go ahead and log in with the candidate view. So I just logged in with the candidate account. Now we can see it says your interviews, and some of them are completed and some of them are upcoming, right? And the candidate cannot do anything else than joining into the interviews. So that was the very last thing that we had to do. I will go ahead, kill my development server and open up a new terminal. Let's just say git add all. And maybe before we try to commit this, once again, you should first just say npm run build to make sure your application is working as expected, right? So it can be built without any issues. And then you would like to actually deploy your changes to the GitHub. Okay, so it looks like we don't really have any errors. I'll just say git add all git commit -m. Let's say candidate UI has been, or let's just say added. Let's keep it simple. And I'll say git push. So our changes should be live here. There we go. We just got this comment, and Vercel should see our very last change, and it should try to deploy it, hopefully. Let's go under this project. It should deploy this. So for some reason, I cannot see the change. Why this is the case? So if you have the exact same issue that I am having here, where we just committed some changes, but we didn't get a new deploy, I have found the solution. So basically, it means you are missing the user email in your machine. So you should say git config -- global user.email and add your email that you have in this Vercel account. Once you have done this, it should be able to get your latest commits and trigger a new deploy. So this is what I'll be doing. I'll just go ahead and add my config and then come back to the video. So I have just added my email by using this command. Now let's go and try to add a new commit. So maybe I'll just, I don't know, how can we make some changes? Let's say you have no scheduled interviews at the moment. I will save and let's open up the terminal and just say git add all git commit -m. Let's say candidate view updated. And I'll say git push. Hopefully this time it should get our changes and trigger a new deploy. There we go. So once again, this was the solution that you should do. Add your email into the config. Now this is going to get the latest commit, which was candidate view updated, and it'll try to deploy our latest changes. Once this is done, I'll just be right back. So it is still building. It should be completed just now. There we go. Let's try to visit this domain. This is the admin view that is working as exactly as it is before. I will copy the domain and try to log in with this account, which was the candidate. And this is the candidate view. So everything is working as expected so far. And I think that's gonna be it for this entire application. I hope you liked it, and I'll see you in the next video.